Hi, we back. I'm Joe D. We got Bum and we got Coach in the house today as well. Today is Saturday, February 1st, 2025. This is Share Beer Show 782. I don't know about you guys, man, but I am, for one, glad to be back. For two, glad to see you guys. Glad to see that you guys appear to be okay. How you guys doing?
All amazing. Good with me.
And for another, I'm glad that we're out of January. My God, I got to give a round of applause for surviving January 2025, for Christ's sake. That was a rough month. That was a rough start for 2025. My God. New Year's Day, boom. It just kept going. Something, boom, 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 boom. Something constantly happening.
I mean, do you want to talk about it? Because we could talk about it. The aviation has been bonkers. That is, I'm 44, and that's probably the as far as I can remember, the craziest time for aviation.
Well, if we are going to talk about, let's start at the beginning. So you've got New Orleans, right, which is going to come up again this whole week because of the Super Bowl. So you started out with New Orleans. You had that massacre down there, that absolute tragedy in New Orleans. That idiot running people over. So if you ask me, some folks dropped the ball down there, right? And now, when someone wants to do something that heinous, they're going to figure it out. They're going to find a way. It feels like, had someone not parked a piece of construction equipment where they did, that would have been a lot worse than it was. Maybe they could have just parked that piece of equipment at the end where they should have had those stupid poles that were supposed to be installed. And perhaps, nothing ever happens. The guy couldn't seem to manage to dodge it. This big, what was it? One of those lifts or whatever. He couldn't manage to dodge it. So it's impenetrable, man. If they'd have just had it right there, he could.
Yeah, but it just seems like in any situation, no matter what precautions are taken ahead of time, the stuff still happens. So, like you said, if somebody is intent on doing something, they're going to figure out a way to do it.
Absolutely. And then you move into what seems like right offhand, you had the fires in LA, right? And that devastation's insane. I one of the things that I did on this time off was go see my personal family in LA, and they're doing okay, and everybody's fine. My one relative that was in that general area, her home is fine and everything is fine there. My old man, he's okay as well. So, all of that is all good, right? But still, a lot of people aren't. A ton of people aren't, and the looting and it's almost like let the games begin. The fraud, the level of looting and fraud and stuff that is happening over there right now to a lot of these fire victims it's gross. I don't know how else to say it. It's disgusting. It's gross, man. How anybody could take advantage of people like that in a time like this, man. It's just, and that's all they got. Like it's so easy to take someone's identity right now over there in this circumstance because they're trying to make it easy for people to get back on their feet. And they're taking their identity and taking all that money and running. And these people are left without their identity and without the money that they need to even get started to recover. It's just a shame. And then we move into these aviation tragedies like you were talking about, Coach. It's, first you have the one in DC. Ruben, my man.
All right.
What's up, guys?
All right, Ruben.
Clean cut guy, man.
Yeah, right. I need a haircut.
Look at that. It looks like you're in tech support or something now, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. I just called in to say hello quick. I saw Bum said to join, and I'm making dinner, so
I'm
gonna hop out here, Ruben, in your honor.
Looky there, nice. My glory days.
Right off camera too. Just have to skip a beat.
Friend of mine has decided to start collecting coasters, so I fished out a bunch of my duplicates, and that was
nice. I love it.
What are we making for dinner, my friend?
We're just making some chicken in the air fryer.
Oh, good old American meal.
Right? All American, baby.
Frozen chicken or from scratch, at least?
A little bit of both.
Okay. Like I said, pure Americana right there.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll join you guys from the chat, but good to see you all.
Take care, man.
Good seeing you, Ruben.
It's good seeing you, man.
Oh, I'm glad he jumped in.
Yeah, that's cool.
That was cool. So we'll jump into the one in Washington first, and then we'll jump into yesterday's event. Now, you had a passenger plane. The whole thing is just such a tragedy, right? You have the passenger plane. They're doing everything right? Everything is correct. I think they said they're like 1,400 feet from landing or something, like 2,000 feet from landing. I mean, they are right there. And then you have a Black Hawk helicopter. And from everything I'm hearing, everything is super preliminary. This just happened, right? Everything I'm hearing and seeing, I know I don't know how to fly aircraft at all, please. Let's be clear. But I have, jumped out of a few helicopters when I was in the Army many, many years ago, many, many pounds ago, obviously. It almost feels like a past life when you do stuff that long ago, right, Bum? Like, you're like, that was a long time ago. But, I have personally played around with night vision and all that sort of stuff when I was in the Army myself. And so the minute I heard that there was some night vision probably, I'm like, I don't know if they'd necessarily be doing that, But regardless, it's everything I'm seeing. It just seems like that helicopter flew kind of right into the plane, like the plane was kind of doing everything right. Who knows? We will find out later down the road. But everything you hear about the passengers that were being carried in that flight from Wichita to DC is just a shame. You're like, oh my God, these poor skaters and stuff. Did they? The whole aircraft wasn't just skaters, though, was it? It was family and other things as well.
I believe so.
Yeah, coaches and family. But in some cases, you've got the mom and the dad and the skater, the child, and lots of aspirations of hopes and finger crosses and tons of prayers on hoping to go to the Olympics someday and hopefully soon, and just all these dreams, poof, just like that, man, and in a fell swoop, man, is just so sad. and in that cold water over there, right in that bay. Whew. Hell, I think they said it just had ice in it, right? It still had ice in that bay. And one thing I didn't realize is that water was that shallow, that they said 8 feet deep.
Is that it? I did
Yeah.
not hear that.
Yeah, the water is like basically.
It was 8 feet deep. So when they keep talking about recovery missions, in my head, I'm like, damn, that's pretty shallow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Joe, I've been in person with you. You're about 6'9". You're the biggest guy in the room.
Yeah.
No, being serious. I mean, it's really only 2 feet above our head, man. It's not that deep. So
Yeah.
it's the whole thing's tragic and crazy. I just don't understand what's going on right now.
So they said they've recovered 29 bodies so far, somewhere in that ballpark, 27, 28, 29, and that the majority of the bodies that they have not gotten are still in the fuselage, and they plan on recovering that tomorrow. They were concentrating today on the helicopter, and then they plan on tackling that. So can you imagine 20 plus bodies being either totally underwater for a couple of days, or partially underwater for a couple of days, and then recover that? Oof.
I don't think it's as bad as you think. If they have their seatbelts on, water kind of preserves your body. It does bloat you a little bit, but
A lot.
well, what I'm saying is the best case scenario is they're going to find them intact versus dismembered, which is still morbid. It's still morbid as fuck, but I mean, what that's the best case scenario. I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah, the idea that they're all in there, and hopefully, right, and they'll be able to kind of, theoretically kind of pick them all up clean and, go from there. I don't know what the process is from that, but
I didn't even know we were going to get into this deep. But as far as what you said, Coach, about them being seat belted in, it reminds me of a photo that I saw, which I was kind of sorry I saw. Everybody who knows music knows what happened to Otis Redding in 1967.
Well, I've heard.
His plane went down in a lake, and I did see a photo of the recovery boat pulling him up out of the lake, and you just see him from the head down to the shoulders, because the rest of him is submerged in water. And
what the hell?
No,
singer,
but
the singer Otis Redding.
Yeah. In 67. But and his eyes are closed, but he looks, totally normal, but he is dead. But what I did not realize for decades after seeing that photo was that he was still strapped into his seat, and that's how they pulled him up out of the plane, still seat belted to the seat, which you obviously can't see in that one photo. And there is a photo of him. You can look it up on the internet if you want to.
I'll pass.
Yeah. Oh, no. I was going to say, yeah, I don't care to see it again. But he is just there frozen in that seat, I think, with his arms out. Because he's totally intact. But it is so creepy to see that. Just him dead and strapped in that seat.
See, and I never knew that. And I'm a huge Otis Redding fan. Some of his old school stuff, like just that doo-wop era. Yeah, even before that, I love it.
Yeah,
so, that's tragic.
Yeah, it might, because that water is pretty darn cold, man. And I think it still has ice in it and stuff. It might, preserve those. Who knows? I don't know, man. Well, I'm sure they'll be telling us stuff soon. Soon.
I got a few grievances I need to file real quick there, Joe.
Sure, file away.
So I think it starts with well, Vega's all right. I love Vega. Vega's my boy. He gets me shout outs all the time. Love Vega. Love Vega.
And you're his dog.
Let's go through the list here. Neck bone. Neck bone can suck your own neck bone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me get the old where's
yeah. Let's get it up because I got a lot. I got about a minute and a half worth of what's going on here.
Okay, yeah. Let me make sure to get my proper sound effect going here. What did I do with my sound effects?
Would you like me to wait, Joe? Because I can pause the hate.
Yeah. Just put a pause on it. I gotta admit, you're catching me off guard here a little bit. Normally I'm not.
While you're looking out, and speaking of hate, man, Ruben in his 30-second appearance, he's getting a lot of hate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah. Well, they've been waiting on Ruben for a while. Oh, here we go.
All right. Here we go.
Okay, Coach, we're back on track. Sorry about that, my friend.
It's okay. So Vega's good looking out. Love Vega.
Okay.
Let's neck bone sucks. Neck bone can suck his own neck bone.
Yeah.
Let's see. Game Lucian. Bum, help me out here.
Yeah.
It's a gay lotion.
Yeah.
Gay lotion. Game Lucian, gay lotion, whatever.
Yeah.
You can go whatever.
Yeah.
David Zimmerman. Iffy, I don't know. He tends to love you, Joe, but it kind of goes to the chairman.
Oh.
And let's see. Who else do we got here? Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf.
Lone Wolf is my new MLDC brother, Coach.
Well, I control the MLDC, so that's
no. This is the new MLDC, the Mexican lager drinking.
I control all of it, bum.
Okay.
Robert Douglas, okay. And I think we got, I don't know, Marshall Jim. I don't know who that guy is.
He's from Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Hey, yeah. All right.
He's a troll.
Hans.
We
all know Hans. Hans, here's the hate.
Yeah.
So the chairman, let's go back to the chairman. The chairman sucks. I'll tell you why the chairman sucks. In the middle of the night, my phone goes off and I get a notification. Chairman, watch me drink this for a minute.
The chairman is now off cam, Coach. I think it might be nap time. It's either nap time or pee time or time to get the food off the ninja.
I get on his channel and up yours, potato head, Lone Wolf. There you go. So long story short, the chairman, I get on his show, I start talking, the usual hate, the usual love, and then they ban me from commenting on the section for 30 minutes because it's for my own good. And these guys are they're all clowns.
He times people out for their own good.
Oh yeah. But what the chairman doesn't know is, hey, Hans, the chairman doesn't know is I have a key to his Corvette. So if I want to take that Corvette out for a joyride, I might. Coach fell into the troll trap tonight. I did. I fell into but my name is not David Zimmerman. So that's okay.
Right.
My name is not David Zimmerman. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah. And by the way, David Zimmerman, say hello to your brother Bob Dylan for me.
Coach is waking up triggered in the middle of the night. Yeah. I love these guys, but sometimes they're too much. They don't let me talk on the chairman's live, and that's what I'm like. Come on, guys, let me talk here. Get timed out. Yep, I did get timed out. Well, I did not. I want 5 more minutes to talk, and then I'm good. So, yeah. So collectively, Joe, they can all kiss my fat brown ass.
Do you want to say it in your native tongue?
Yes, I do. They can all collectively kiss my brown ass.
And so that was well, thank you very much for that. That was some pretty good stuff there. Joe D, do you remember your first banana? Oh yeah, I remember that thing. Yeah. Banana bread beer. Yeah, that was oof. Well, that was one of those UK beers, right?
Yeah, they're still making it. Different breweries making it now, I think.
What was the name of that brewery?
I think the current one might be Eagle.
It was more of a novelty thing, right? Wasn't really.
Yeah, but it has stuck around.
Yeah, it's just I think it's more because it wasn't terrible. It's just that it's not.
It was definitely a novelty.
And certain novelties, even though they are that, it's like a banana nut beer. Just the name of it, and as long as you have a decent label, is enough to keep newer people buying it. That it might keep it around.
Okay. Yeah, the brewery was it said on Untapped here, formerly Charles Wells was the name of the brewery, and now it's called Eagle Brewery.
Eagle Brewery. Okay.
But I still see it all the time in the stores.
Yeah. Yeah, Wells. Yep. Nemo put it on here yet. No, Wells. Yep. Wells. Yeah, that was any remarks on yesterday's tragedy, and we'll move off of the tragedies. Any you had a Mexican registered private aircraft, a private medical aircraft that was contracted by an American company, I believe, for this particular service from Philly to Missouri and then back to TJ or Tijuana, Mexico, to take a pediatric patient and her mother. They let the sex out right away. They were trying to say that, HEPA and all the stuff, and then they said she. That kind of let the cat out of the bag as far as the sex of the patient right away. So then after that, they kind of had to use the sex of the patient, but they still haven't, they haven't given up the name, and that's fine. Because I don't know that it necessarily matters right now. But it's pretty sad to hear just some of the basics of what that patient went through coming to Philly in September to get treatment. So you can imagine the whole process before that. You can imagine this process probably, I would think, started sometime like this time last year. Her going to whatever hospital and getting treatments at whatever hospitals in TJ, and then it not working at this hospital and having to go to that one. I don't know, but it just seemed, we all know what that process is like, having to get treatments at different doctors, different hospitals in your area. You have to exhaust that first. Being in a location like TJ, you would think that they would have went to San Diego first. That's an obvious choice because it's minutes from San Diego and or LA. So to bypass LA to go to Philly, it's got to be something pretty doggone specialized and serious that only they can take care of, or a particular doctor is willing to do at that particular hospital. And then to go through whatever treatment it was since September. and have possibly only your mother there with you since September. And we don't know what the language barriers were, cultural barriers were. I would imagine it's got to be extreme. There's got to be a certain level of American acceptance being in TJ, because TJ is, it might as well be San Diego, for Christ's sake. There's a certain level of acceptance to that. I would imagine, but Philly is not the West. Philly's not even Pittsburgh, right? Bum. I mean, Philly and Pittsburgh are completely different people, aren't they? Philly people and Pittsburgh people, aren't they completely different?
Well, based on everything I've heard, yeah.
I mean, my God. Cool place. Philly's a cool place, but it's a different place, right? So you could just imagine, the mom having to adapt, the child having to adapt, do all the treatment, all the things. And then yesterday morning, the hospital explained, I think it was a Shriners Hospital, they put out a release and they said that they had just had a huge send off. If you've ever seen a children's unit, when they send somebody off after having successful treatment, it's a huge deal. Balloons everywhere, and they decorate, and the whole floor is just so happy and cheery and crying and all these things. And then, and then they transport them to the airport directly on the plane, and you're off. And minutes later, boof, minutes later, there's a gentleman sitting there in a local diner. Looked like he might have been sitting at the same booth he always sits at by himself, having his usual whatever. And he's sitting there and he sees some people. What's going on out there? Whoa, boom! And a piece of debris flies and hits him in the head, knocks his hat off his head, cuts the top of his head, because a plane just blew up a quarter mile away. And debris from that plane quarter mile away flew through the front of the restaurant. And did you see the video of that? And there's really good video of that gentleman sitting there in that booth by himself, and just boom, and knocked the guy over, and he was bleeding. And but really, really incredible. The sinkhole, or whatever, crater that it blew up kind of perfectly. Like there's a drive in for the entrance for that mall or whatever right there. And, if you were making a right turn coming off the street into that mall, and you have that section, and then you have another part coming off, probably going to make a left, the plane crashed and created a sinkhole right in the right lane turn section of that entrance. I was like, that's pretty good. Because the people coming out could have still made a left and never been affected. I don't know if you noticed that or not. Anyway, I did.
I have a question for you, Joe.
Yeah.
Is there any way to mute the chairman for 30 minutes, just to give him one for his own good? And Bum, can you coach him up on this? So how do we mute the chairman just for 30 minutes for his own good, for his own
good?
Let's give him a dose of his own medicine.
Well, I'd have to put him. My only options from here.
Let's hear it.
Are block user on YouTube.
Don't block them.
No, you can put them in timeout.
Put
click on their name.
Timeout on YouTube or
no. Yes. I put the chairman in timeout once because he was part of that stupid. I won't even say what he was a part of.
Let's put him in timeout there, Joe.
I've never done this, so let's discuss this. What is happening here?
So he can't comment on your live for 30 minutes. It's for his own good, and it's for his own safety. Oh. He needs a timeout for his own safety.
Okay, so all right.
Yeah. So can you read the other options? Because I'm interested.
It was just the 3. So it was 4 actually. So I can reply, block user on YouTube, put user in timeout on YouTube,
Yeah, do that.
add to block list in restream chat.
Maybe we shouldn't do any of those. We're the bigger men.
There, the chairman just got a 30-minute timeout.
Nice, bum. Nice, bum. Yes.
It's for your own good, chairman.
Yes. It's for his own safety.
Yeah, Bum has that authority as well. Mark and Bum have that authority. They can do that. Yeah.
God, I'm glad you didn't give me that joke because I just.
Yeah. I could just imagine who'd be timed out. Probably
Hans.
Hans would be timed out. What about our dear friend from Arkansas? Texarkansas.
Oh, team.
Oh,
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, team would have been timed out.
So
Yeah, team,
I just
team
did
would
something
get
stupid.
timed out for threatening somebody's life.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
After he threatened your life after you threatened his wife.
Yeah. Well, I didn't threaten his wife. I made a horrible mistake right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This is classic. You see that beer tab?
Uh-huh.
Is it in the can?
Yeah, it was. I just shook the rest.
You did not swallow that.
I did. I just did. And I knew I did because I was like, what the hell? And as you guys are talking about team, I looked at my beer can. I was like, God damn it.
Oh, well.
That tab is in my stomach.
That's what I do with my tabs. I just turn them sideways and they're out.
Bum. Joe, I'm not even joking. As you guys are talking about team, that thing was in there, and I was like, dude, what the hell was that at the end of the can?
Did you know that it fell in there?
Yeah, I did, and I forgot.
He puts them in there.
Well, Bum. Oh, Bum doesn't know, Joe. Bum doesn't know. This is the first beer of the year. This started about 6 hours ago.
Okay, start over again, Coach. Let's make the announcement because
Oh, you did? Did you do dry January?
100%, and I did it. I did it to a T. You can ask Mandy; she's right here. So I went to lunch at Sandbaggers in Pocatello, where I live, and my first beer was with Mandy's dad. And I said, "Hey, this is the first beer of the year." Well, yeah. Anyway, first beer of the year, dry January done. They gave us a big pitcher, and I have my first pint. Well, I'm sniffing it, and the waitress comes over, and she's like, "What's going on?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I'm just sniffing the beer." She's like, "Well, is everything okay?" I was like, "Yeah, first beer of the year." So we started talking, but with that beer, with this stupid beer, that broke off, and I knew it was in there, and I forgot. And the last fucking chug pull on that went down kind of harsh. I was like, "What was that?" And that's what that is.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either. I mean,
to the side. See, that's I got in that habit in the service. Believe it or not, I turned my head because there'd be so many of us drinking. It'd get hard to tell your can from another can, and you definitely didn't want to pick up someone's spit can because so many guys dipped when I was in the service. And I'm left-handed, so I turn mine to the left. So other cats would turn theirs to the right. Some guys would kind of turn theirs to like a 4 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So I always got in the habit of turning mine to 9 o'clock.
So I'm gonna poop that out probably tomorrow.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Well,
do you take pictures? Are you gonna hand hold it? How are you gonna figure this out? How are you gonna actually?
It's only about that big.
Oh, come on, man! Don't man. I'm sure Mandy's proud. Come on.
Well, let's ask her.
It's not the size, it's the heart, right? Like it's
I'm gonna mute myself the rest of the show, but the chairman can F off and
right.
bum. Good on you for putting
God, I've done that.
time out.
Yeah.
Joe, I swear to God, I felt that going down my goddamn throat. I swallowed the fucking thing. I'm talking to you guys. While Joe's having a conniption, I'll tell you, I could tell that when I did that bum, I was like, oh, shit. That's what that was.
Maybe we need to pan over to Mandy so she can show you how to swallow. I don't know.
Whoa, hey.
Or maybe not. Maybe we can chime in to Vega and,
Hey, you're best friends with her father, so tread lightly, my friend.
That's true.
Yeah.
We hit it off pretty good.
Oh, man. Bum. I bring Mandy's dad to Joe's house, and we're in the middle of Phoenix, okay? Traffic hour. I call a Lyft to leave Joe's house, and me and Paul have Jody almost stroked out. Yeah. Me and Paul had some of the best tequila in the world. Jody knows. And we're in the middle of Phoenix, okay? And we're drunk as shit. And this Lyft driver's driving us from where Joe lives to Scottsdale, which is it's a significant drive.
Yeah.
And we're just laughing our heads off. And Mandy's dad's like, man, Jody's fucking cool. I just want to drink with him more. I was like, well, look how drunk you are. I don't think that's a good idea, my friend.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's got all these expensive beers, all the best shit. And he's like, oh, I can take you back there, bud. He's like, no, we should probably go back to the hotel. And he's like, I see why you love this guy. I was like, oh, love him. Everyone loves Jody. Jody's the best. So you already know, bum, with Dukes and everything. But yeah. Mandy's dad was like, let's go back. Let's go back. I'm like, calm down. So.
Well, Coach, now at least you can tell people it's 2025 and you're still drinking Tab.
Yeah.
Boom. I love that.
How you like that? Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. How you like that? That was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing that Bummer Fred, whatever your freaking name is, bum.
And let's find out what Billy D thinks about all this, man. We haven't heard from him in a while. We'll see how he's doing, man. Oh, yeah. There he is. Smiling face. We haven't seen him in a while.
Billy D got that 3-week buildup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. He's gonna really let us have it.
Yeah.
Unload, man.
Yeah. Watch out. It's going to, we got Malt Liquor News going to come flying at you.
Yeah.
And, it's funny, at work, maybe within the last month or so, I opened a pop and somehow I think I couldn't, there was something defective about it. And it took a couple turns of the tab to get the pop open. And, those are only good for a couple back and forth before they break off. And it was the first time in decades I had the tab fall off into the pop. And of course I was like, I ain't taking any chances. And I had to run and find a cup to pour it into.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
so it does happen.
I've had them, I've to tell you the truth, I've purposely tore them off and throw them in the can. I've never drank one. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times I've done that and never drank one. So
I would never intentionally do it because
I don't know how
I know my luck.
But apparently it can happen. So
Yes.
but typically I do. I mean, look at these are my. It's such a habit for me. I don't even think about it. That's that can. That's that can. And the one I'm drinking out of currently is the same exact way. I turn them all right to 9 o'clock.
Well, with what I'm about to drink, it won't be an issue. So since we've had a several week break, it's time to break out something that my MLDC brother Lone Wolf was drinking in his most recent video, I believe.
Oh,
We got a familiar.
nice. And I too am having my Mexican lager Victoria. And Miller Lite is also Mexican lager.
Well, I showed you that can of Miller Lite that actually came from Mexico, Joe, that Moeller sent me with the caveman on it with the saber-tooth tiger stick. So
Absolutely.
all righty. So that this Corona Familiar is Best Buy October 2024.
Oh,
Just noticed that.
yeah.
Okay. All right. We are going to start out with
Refresh.
something that's picking up where we last left off 3 weeks ago. Joe, this is something from Moeller. And I do want to point out that, Joe, as you play this sound clip from the show, from our previous show from 3 weeks ago, this audio is unaltered. This is what was actually spoken.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Moeller likes to screw with stuff, so I should just point out that this is unaltered audio.
Okay, so let me get it set up again. They kind of, it's not a major deal, but
It's an absolute treat.
It's not a major deal, but they just kind of, I'm used to having some redundancy on my end, and now it's only on the left. So they, on my side, I know no one's going to care, but everything for the show was on the right. And then I also had the private chat for us on the, on the right and the left. Now it's just on the left. So for someone that's a little OCD, that can be a little, I'm a little, into my habits. All right. So let me share the screen here, get that set up again, and now we're rolling. We should be okay, right? Everybody can see that?
Yep.
Let me get it back in this mode. Oh, boy. Let's see here.
It's an absolute treat.
You can hear it?
When someone does come over and I start whipping stuff out and just to see what other people think, other than me and my roommate,
Oh, God. That is funny. We do have to replay that.
It's an absolute treat. When someone does come over and I start whipping stuff out and just to see what other people think, other than me and my roommate,
That's funny. Yeah. And I love the hashtags there, by the way.
Yeah.
That, okay. Got to give it to him for that one. That one's, definitely, definitely can't play that. Whoa. No, I love my Dodgers, but that will get me flagged quicker than hell. Let me see.
All righty. Now to our news after some more familiar.
Yeah, that'll give me a second because now that it's on the left, I need to figure out how. Let me see. Is that the same one that I just had? No, it's not.
This is a response video to Glitch.
No.
Okay, yeah, there we go. There is Lone Wolf.
Yeah.
And Lone Wolf, just mentioned in the chat to have Moeller send me some 40-ounce Mexican lagers. Unfortunately, Lone Wolf, he already did, and I drank them on the show like 2 years ago. He sent Carta Blanca and Indio. And had I known there was going, and Presidente, which is not Mexican, but he sent me those 340s, and that was, I believe, was that his first attempt to do that? Yeah, it was. And had I known there was going to be a Mexican lager drinking community, I definitely would have held off on drinking those. And I'm not going to ask him to send more. He can if he wants to, but I ain't gonna ask.
Hey, right? Just got to put that out there, right, Bum? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it shows up, I'm not going to refuse the package.
Yeah, you're like, oh no, return to sender. Screw that.
So that's Lone Wolf right there, huh, Bum?
Yeah, that's Lone Wolf. So our news is we have a new member of the new Mexican lager drinking community. That's Glitch 777. And you may remember Glitch from the Florida meetup with the chairman and Florida 32 ounce. Glitch was the tall one.
Oh,
yeah. Now,
taller than Tom?
I believe he's taller than, I think he's way taller. He's more in, I think he's getting into Andrew territory.
You beat me to it. Taller than Andrew?
Yeah. No, I don't think he's taller, but he's close. So
Andrew's a big boy.
Lone Wolf has approved Glitch 777's entry video that he made, but there is a little bit of controversy. Jay Vega says that he knows for sure that it was Glitch 777 many years ago that got Falstaff's original YouTube channel shut down.
Whoa!
Yeah, and that's why they call him Snitch 777. And Vega does not like Glitch. So, as you know, Vega is a prominent member of the new MLDC. So, Lone Wolf has approved Glitch's membership, but he said he's being put under Jay Vega's watch. So,
well, I need this on record. I love Vega. Vega's my boy.
Okay.
Wow.
And as I said, you are his dog, Coach. Just like that Iggy Pop song, I want to be your dog. So, so go to 435 in this video.
Okay, 435. All right, let's see.
Letting Glitch know that he is approved, but he is under watch.
But he is under watch, yes. Okay, we'll flip this over, and here we go.
That's Rome right there. He's also did not play with you. Rome watches everything. He's always watching just like Bum.
And that's it.
It's funny because I just watched Scarface and I watched Goodfellas again this week.
Maddie, I swallowed a beer tab. What's going to happen?
You're going to poop it out. You did that?
I'm going to poop it out? Is it going to be okay?
Yeah, she'll be just fine. Mommy, Daddy swallowed a beer tab? Did you swallow a quarter?
I didn't expect you to win the show. No, 2 dimes and a nickel. Remember that. Did you hear what she said?
Did you
swallow a quarter?
Yeah.
So
I swallowed a quarter.
You did?
Whoa.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
What?
I was chewing on it and it went.
So when you pooped it out, what happened?
Nothing.
Nothing happened.
No, it just came
Was
out.
it 2 dimes and 5 pennies?
No.
Well, tell Joe. Tell Joe. She doesn't hear. Baby, come here. What did you say?
I didn't mean to.
Come here.
I'm right here.
Tell Joe.
What?
Tell
What
Joe.
will I tell him?
The salsa he made for you is the best.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Okay.
You like the salsa? That's good.
What else? What else?
My lips are
When you pooped out the quarter, was it 2 dimes and 5 pennies?
No.
Yeah,
Oh, it's baseball.
It was
What
2
was it?
dimes and a nickel.
right.
Okay, I'll let you go.
Foul ball.
She doesn't even know. But
Yeah, and that's perfectly the way it should be, actually. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so we from a couple weeks ago, our first week of hiatus, the chairman was live.
Mhm.
So I think he went live strategically, thinking we were going to be there, and somebody then informed him that we weren't going to be. So these are from his. This is from his live stream from a couple weeks.
Well, he needs to follow the show more diligently, then, right? If he would follow the show more diligently. All right, here we go. From the beginning, I assume, right?
Yeah, just play the whole thing.
Wow, no, oh yeah. No Shark Clown Show. All right. Yep. Yep. Don't worry, I'll fill that void. Trolls.
Okay.
So he had 3 screens set up, and it was that for us?
Yeah, he briefly had 3 set up, and we do have we won't play it tonight, but there is another video that was fascinating. He was it's one of those weird synchronicity moments. He had 2 different Vega videos playing on the same screen, and at one point they actually all lined up as far as the pauses and what Vega was saying. It was totally accidental.
I feel like we should play that video right now.
I don't have it ready to go yet.
That's okay.
And did Vega like secretly, do a tuggy? Was he like, how happy was he about that?
That I don't know. I don't even think that Vega ever addressed it.
Yeah, Vega, I'm okay. Vega
Yeah,
asked me a question. I love Vega. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. Send me an email, like Vega. Yeah, love Vega. Vega, I don't know. We just get along.
Okay, here we go.
So here we are, top of the hour, 7 p.m. Looking for the Shark Clown Show. No, Joe Dox. Joe Dox is somewhere in California, breathing in that smoke. Hopefully he dies. Because he's an overweight fucking fat piece of shit. Yeah, fuck you, Joe Dox. Fuck the Shark Clown Show. Fuck you too, Pencilman. Yeah, fuck you too, bum. Fuck you, Teen Wolf. Fuck Wolf.
Yeah. Well, I think he's in luck. We it took us till I don't know what part in the show are we here. Hour in, and we're just now getting around to mentioning the pencil neck, and he is currently, not to disappoint the chairman, trying his darn best to not just jump off the cat tower, but to jump off the first balcony at the opera. He is trying to do his best. We'll see if he's successful or not, but he doesn't want to let you down. So he is trying to jump off the balcony there at the opera. So I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later if he was successful or not. But he does have goals. He has goals.
Yep. So this next clip, you're going to think we're replaying that clip, but it's not. It's a new one.
Okay.
Yeah, here we are, top of the hour. Top of the hour. Yep, 23 dudes lit. Yep.
Did he fart? Wait a minute.
Yep, 23 dudes lit. Yep.
He did. He farted.
Yep, 23.
No, Joe, he queefed.
Yep.
Now we know the difference between a queef and a fart, right?
Yeah, he queefed. He
Yeah.
queefed.
He queefed. Whoops.
Top of the hour. Yep, 23 dudes lit. Yep.
Yeah, that was a queef.
If you're looking for the Sheriff Clown show, it ain't fucking happening tonight, asshole.
Look what I got. Look what I have so far.
Yep, Joe Dox is in California. Huffing that fucking smoke. Die, asshole, die. But to give the people what they want, they say, hey guy, play the muskrat video. Play the muskrat catalog, you know. The people want to see the new one by Muskrat.
So he does end up playing Vega, but it's funny when people play his videos, he claims they're leeching off of him to get views, using him to get views, but yet he will play Vega's videos with no problem.
Right. Yeah.
So once again, the chairman always wins no matter what.
Yeah.
So speaking of the chairman, in the last couple of weeks, there haven't been too many cooking videos because the chairman has had bigger issues to deal with, which we will get to. But we do have this. The chairman has moved up in the world. He's moved up from 80-20.
Oh,
what? As in 80-20, Doug, 80-20. Yeah. He's moved up to 85-15. So let's.
That's leaner.
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to go leaner? Is he aware of that?
No, I think he just saw that higher number in the 85 and thinks that's better because of that higher number.
So he's not aware of that, how it also kind of goes along with golf, like the lower score. It's not bowling. You're not trying to.
Yeah, I don't think there's any concept of that, Joe. He just saw 85 as opposed to 80 and said that's better.
That's why I was asking. Yeah.
So take a look at the results of the 85-15 here.
Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah, here we go.
And just keep your eyes open, Joe.
Okay. All right. Now, these are pre-made, right? There's no way he made these, right?
No, I don't think he could form a circle, any type of circle, except maybe with his forefinger and thumb.
Yeah, with the exception of
which I'm sure he's experienced at doing.
Yeah, very experienced. Now, the crust that's in a circle here in the grates, he's very accomplished at that. We will give him credit for that. Okay.
All right. I'm calling it.
He's calling it. Okay. A very metal spatula, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Oh, double burger. Oh, man, I'm kind of...
It smells so great.
I don't know about that. All right. Oh, boy.
Man.
You know what? If we back this up a little bit, I felt like it doesn't this look like what do you call those small burgers, sliders? Doesn't it look like a little slider?
I think that's because it's so tall. It makes it look like it's less narrow or more narrow.
Maybe he should be a hand model. You know how they're having shrinkflation these days and everything is shrinking, but they're making the pricing bigger. And
Mhm.
they like to call things that are now smaller bigger. It looks big in his hands. Maybe he should be a shrinkflation hand model. Look at that. He could sell that as like a Big Mac.
Yeah, except for the blood running down it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Whew. Yeah. I don't. That was. You notice he didn't show the bite. He didn't show any of that part.
Well, that comes in his full length videos. I believe he may have eaten that in a video, and he always shows it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was bloody in the middle.
By the way, what's happened? Just a little behind the scenes here, because this is my actual algorithm on YouTube. So this has bled into my normal YouTube watching that I do.
Mm-hmm. No, it's bled into your, no pun intended.
No pun intended. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. I did not intend to do that. But what's happened now is now I have gotten a lot of these stupid grill videos in my algorithm, and I've watched some, not his, but other people that have bought these things and are now months old, and they keep them clean so they look like new. They look pristine because they clean them and they actually know how to cook. And so I kind of have seen how these particular grills, when they use the lid properly and they use them properly, have seen how these things can cook pretty darn well. But now we see the other side of that, right? We, so now it's like, oh,
his channel was basically, let's see how much punishment this ninja can take. And you already hear it click, click, clacking away when he turns it on.
Oh, yeah. What's a damn shame is the actual functionality of this darn thing. When you see someone that can actually use it to its capabilities, you're like, wow, I'm actually impressed that this thing can do that. All I've seen is this other goober doing it a whole nother direction, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And it actually has a griddle plate. Does he have?
Yeah, but he did not buy the version that comes with that. Apparently, when he bought it, I was looking online because I briefly thought about buying one maybe. And there's two versions. He bought the one version, and then there's another version. Maybe you can only get it at Walmart or Sam's Club or whatever.
Yeah.
That comes with the griddle plate. And he did not buy that version of it.
Well, but he could still buy the griddle plate separate and swap them out.
I don't know if they sell it separate.
Oh, yeah. I
don't believe they do.
Yeah, I don't have the foggiest idea.
Yeah.
I just have seen it used now to its fullest, and it's like, wow, you could actually really cook a decent looking meal on this thing. With someone that I'm getting someone that says they want the link. Should I drop a link here, Bum?
Yeah, drop a link.
That's Umi Nawaz.
They won't join. They're too much of pussies. They won't join.
Yeah, I don't know who Umi is.
Yeah. He won't join. They won't
Here's
join.
the link in the chat for anybody that wants to jump in. Anybody that has watched this show for any amount of time knows that you will get your time. Right now, during the Malt Liquor Report, you're going to have to wait. But when the Malt Liquor Report's over, you will get your time. If that's what you're looking for. We've had people on here that have clearly only wanted to market themselves for some reason or another, and we've done it, right, Bum? Okay, you're the best, Chief. Good for you. Have a nice life.
Not to name any names.
Yeah, we've had people on here we've not seen again
Yeah.
many times. But good for you.
Like I won't even say.
Yeah, we had some guy on there from Alabama, and it was what, a couple years ago now or something. I don't know. We've had a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the chairman has bigger issues other than cooking that he had to deal with.
Oh,
so
that's right. You said,
yeah. Mainly his water heater died.
Oh, that's kind of I don't give a damn who you are, man. Your water heater going out. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, you don't remember the number for the chairman, do you?
I have it written down somewhere, Coach.
Well, he's not live streaming.
Yeah, he's napping now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He took. Okay, the video's gone. Yeah, he shut down his live stream. So, but yeah, I'll send you his number, Coach, for future calls. But so the chairman's water heater went. I have a feeling maybe within the next year or two, I might be joining the chairman. Mine's I believe as old as his. So anyway, so the chairman bought himself a new water heater. Okay.
Do you flush your water heater, Bum?
I do not.
I haven't either. I have to admit. I know that it's recommended.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I haven't either. I have to admit I haven't done it.
Yeah. So I don't want to say anything to jinx myself. I'll leave it at that.
I know. Yeah, don't take it any farther, please.
Yeah.
I don't want to be responsible for the jinx.
So the chairman bought himself a new water heater.
The chairman.
What was that?
Whoa.
Here to 1210, and we got a new set that the chairman specially painted for the purpose of making malt liquor videos by his
Oh wow, look at this set. So we've got, I would assume, since this one's connected, the new one.
No, that's still the old one.
That's still
that's it. To the one to the right is the new one out of the package. The one to the left was leaking, but it was still functional.
Okay.
So go to 1210.
All right, 1210. Okay, here we go. All the way back here. All right, 1210. Man, a little rusty. A couple weeks. Wow. Is that a new hat? I would assume. I don't.
Yeah, that's his Magnum sized hat.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily fit him.
Oh no, it's a gigantic hat.
Yeah, which is exactly how the true Magnum would fit him.
Yes.
Which is to say, it would fall right off. Gotcha.
Yes.
Yep. So stay tuned.
Exactly.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of this water heater, water heater content, even when my new water heater is installed, I'll still make content next to the new water heater. So it's another set. Look at old Muskrat, same. Doesn't even put any money into the channel. Zero money into the channel. I got two fucking channels, Muskrat. You got fucking one.
I got one.
I got two, guy.
I don't need to. I
Technically
need
three.
one.
Shout out to my Rumble.
Nah, actually, the chairman does have two channels. Obviously, I mean, Vega has two channels. The chairman is not aware of that. Apparently,
Reinvestment into the channel.
See, he's reinvesting.
Hold this cell.
I think he's reinvesting because he likes hot water.
Yeah, muskrat would be on the payment plan of a water heater. Not me, guy. Paid in full. Cash money, dog.
Okay, jump ahead to 1510.
What box is this, Bum? Did you ever figure out what box this is on? It's obviously tore into pretty good right here.
You know what? I'll have to go look. It has a blue top. It may be a Colt double malt box.
I don't know. It has pictures of stuff on here. Like it's actually for a particular product or something.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's no other. Just skimming through real quick. There's no other alternative. So 15 what?
1510.
10. Okay.
Yep, like I said, even when I'm losing, I'm fucking winning. This ball cap arrived at the right time. Steel was at a low, you know. Oh wow, new water heater guy. Wow, low. And I believe it was the following day or 2 days, and this ball cap arrived.
Whoa.
Arrived the following day or 2 days, and this ball cap arrived. Arrived.
Is that the remix?
Live TV.
Was that the remix, or did he just have a stroke, or what happened there? What is that? What that was?
All of the above.
And this ball cap arrived. Arrived. Live TV. And here we are, back fucking winning. None of your fucking phone.
Whoa!
You go fuck yourself, Fat Reggie. Yep. Not only deport the Mexicans, deport the fucking Canadians, the illegal ones. That's you, Fat Reggie.
Okay.
All right.
So the chairman's winning. So he got his replacement water heater there, right?
Yeah. Somehow he's winning.
Because it arrived.
Yeah. Yeah. Somehow he's winning.
Okay, so could he be winning any more than he is with his replacement water heater?
Well, I don't know. To Vega's point, did he buy any soap?
That I don't know. So click on the next video, Joe.
All right, here we go.
And go to 135.
135. Here we go. Oh! Oh! Let's try that one more time. Hold on. Let me make sure.
He never deletes anything.
We might have one of the first. Oh!
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I think this has happened because I feel like that is what led to Mustang making his own clips because couldn't count on.
Yeah, but not with the chairman. I mean, with the live streams, yeah, but not with his regular videos. Yeah. Let me double check this. Let me make sure I got the had the correct link here.
Like what Chris said here. That's a good one. The middle buttons on that jacket aren't winning. That's for sure. About to pop at any moment. Yeah. Because that's exactly what I was going to point out in that video as well, my friend. Yeah, we should go back to that. Oh, I already went. Yeah, to 2 of those.
I
Let's investigate that one there, Chris, because you're absolutely right, my friend. Look at that.
Not only deport the Mexicans, deport.
Well, wait till that arm goes
Canadians,
back up
illegal
there
ones.
again. We know it's about to. Yeah, look at that sucker. And you can see it all shiny and round right here. Look at that. Yeah, oh, that button's just hurting. And that's the new one. He just bought that one. That one's already crying. Yeah, that one's hurting.
Wow. That I was watching that video just like 3 hours ago.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, the video's gone, but my memory isn't.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you this. That water heater number 2, he purchased the wrong water heater. So he had to purchase a third one.
So
something about the venting on the top of water heater number 2 was he said for a house with a chimney or something. So he ended up purchasing water heater number 3, and he was bragging about when was the last time you ever saw anybody make a video in front of 3 water heaters?
Oh, God. Yeah, because most people only have to do it one time.
Mm-hmm. You know? And 40,000 BTUs, dog. 40,000 BTUs. And he said, feel the BTUs.
No, you know what? Because had he left that, he thought it through. Had he left that up, we would have had video evidence of him having to post that out. That was him posting that out.
Nah, he was winning, Joe. He was winning. Who else has made a video in front of 3 water heaters? He was the first ever.
Yeah, the first ever, because you're not supposed to do it that way if you research and do it right.
But that's irrelevant, Joe. That's...
Hey, Umi, we see you, my friend. We see you, man.
Is it all good? Yeah. I'm
we see you, man.
Yeah, welcome.
Good to see you. We're just gonna finish the Malt Liquor report, okay?
Nice one. Hey, it's been a while. I don't know if you guys remember me. I was on the show maybe about
now that I see you.
10 years ago, maybe I was on the show.
It's been a very long. I do remember you now that I see you.
Yeah, that's great, man. Honestly, it was nice to see you guys. You guys just popped up on the thing. I was having a beer, and I thought, yeah. Hey, Bum, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Remind me where you're at, my friend. Where are you at?
I'm sorry the lighting is so bad in here. But yeah, I'm from the UK. I'm from
the UK. That's right. You remember me? I do.
Remember me and Charlie. It was a guy called Charlie, and yeah, we used to come on the show like a while back, and yeah, it was a long time ago. But it was,
you were in university or something as well, weren't you? Like in college or something, or
yeah. Well, I at the time I think I was just out of uni, and I've done a few things since then.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's great to see you guys. It's nice to. I'm gonna show my beer that I'm having.
Yeah, what are you having? Let's see real quick. What do you have in here? Can we see that?
Desperados.
Desperados. Okay. And what is that? A tropical IPA?
It's just a lager, but it's pretty sweet. It's
yeah, it sounds like something.
It's kind of it's a bit of a sweet one. Yeah, so yeah, you can't drink too many of them. But it's a tequila kind of flavored beer, basically. And I don't know where it's from. I don't think it's actually Spanish, but it's popular in the UK, and yeah, so we drink it here.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well,
how you guys doing? How you doing? Huh?
We're doing pretty good. We're gonna finish up the Malt Liquor report, and then we can touch base some more. Okay, right after.
Okay. I'll just watch.
Yeah, hang in there, man. Okay,
and
Bob.
feel free to chime in with your comments too.
No, I'm reading the comments. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to the hateful comments that I'm about
Oh
to
yeah.
get.
Oh, now that they see you, it's
Oh yeah, you'll get some.
Please trust me, you're gonna get the
Look
mate.
like Patel. That's good. That's a good one. Yeah. Fortunately, I'm not involved in your American politics. I'm not trying to overthrow your government. So yeah, I'm just here to drink some beer with my old friend Joe and Bob.
Yeah, get ready for some more of that. Here we go. Okay, Bob.
All right, we're gonna move on to Jay Vega and just play it from the intro.
You got it. All right. So yeah, somehow this Bobo buys the wrong thing, and him posting his mistake is still winning. No,
I can't believe he took the video down. That's amazing. He
Shout
didn't
out
know
to
I was
everybody
gonna play it.
watching me get fucked up on YouTube all the goddamn time.
Oh, he's wearing the Mario Brothers again. Jose Cuervo.
I mean, shit. You will never see any ads on this channel. And it's way better than the share an address show. So, what are you going to do? Steel Reserve 211, full flavored.
That's all.
Okay. Well, that share an address show, that show must be terrible. Huh? Yeah, I don't know.
So the other night, Vega did a long video explaining why he has become known as Muskrat in over the last year or two. And this is for Nordic Bones, who is new. And Vega was explaining the whole split between him and everybody else, which, as you recall, Joe, started over the Filet-O-Fish sandwich and somebody calling somebody a Yankee, which caused the whole split up of the Four Horsemen. So he retells the story. So he basically mentions in that video that is what has caused a lot of people to turn against him in the last couple years. So he addresses that here and go to 2145.
Okay. 2145. Here we go. Long video then.
It's a long one.
We're going all the way to the back.
First of all,
2145. All the way. Yeah, there we go.
Same thing.
one last thing. Full disclosure. Remember how I was saying most of the fucking community turned on me? And there was a handful that, the big foams and the damp wolves and the fucking loot bag Larrys and the fucking loot bag Jerrys and the fucking anyway, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah. They get on my fucking nerves. They don't do the right thing most of the time. But another few people who didn't turn on me was the Share an Address show.
Boy, that Share an Address show, that's a kick-ass show.
Take that for what it's worth.
By the way, Umi, that he refers to us as the Share an Address show. So I shared an address now a while back, and that stuck.
As is always the case, they will never forget.
Yeah, anything you do on here will never be forgotten.
Yeah.
And
I've been on this show many times before. So,
Okay. So you're aware. I didn't know if you were aware. All right.
And
So,
just to clarify, Vega has clarified the video was not made for Nordic Bones. It was made for the Esco brothers, who are also members of the Mexican lager drinking community. So we have that. So yeah, Vega says we have never turned against him.
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost. Can we start from the beginning? What the heck are we watching? I'm still sorting out tech issues. I'm still reading through hateful comments.
yeah, it could be a lot to keep up with. So,
yeah. So I'm just getting settled in. So just what the hell are we watching? What are we doing here?
Yeah,
it's a long one.
So I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I'll finish this clip, and then when we move on to the next clip, we'll fill you in from there. But because this one's almost done. This one's almost done.
People who didn't turn on me was the Share an Address show. Take that for what it's worth. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah. Hey, exactly. There's never that. I don't give a damn how much. There's never going to be too much love. There's going to be one or maybe two hearts. Don't expect like a whole stream of hearts. To come your way. Like someone's just giving you those. You know how they just keep hitting the hearts and the hearts just keep flowing and they fill your screen up. That's not going to happen here. You might get one heart and then after you just a bunch of middle fingers flying around your screen. We're not going to get ever too much love. Just a taste of love, and then you know what? F you guys, right? Just so you know, right? Where you sit, right? Where you. So he wants to let us know that you know what? Yeah, you guys have always had my back, but F you anyway, right? F you anyway, right? Like he's just gonna kind of keep smacking you, just.
Okay, so he's an old guest, and he's
never been on the show itself.
Yeah, he's never been on the show. No,
he said he would come on the show live if Joe would drink a 40 of malt liquor, and Joe has refused to do it.
Yeah, so that's pretty much one of those deals where you say you're going to do something because you know that it's not going to happen. So you say, oh, you know what? I swear to God, I'll do this, knowing damn well it's never going to happen. Right?
Who the hell? Sorry, who is this guy? Why is he making demands to get on your show? And why are you entertaining that at all?
Thank you. Exactly. Who is this guy? See, I like this guy already. Umi is.
No, I'm asking for genuinely. I'm asking who is. You know what? Hey, Joe. You know what? You want me on your show? You need to down a bottle of vodka right now. That's what I'm.
You need to what?
Down a bottle of vodka right now.
Yeah.
I'm making
exactly. See, it's just one of those things that ain't gonna happen either. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, that's the kind of demands that are made, right, bum? Like, what are you in there? Malt liquor is just something. I think I did drink a malt liquor. No, I have not. Have I? I drank.
You drank the 32-ounce King Kong can of Colt 45.
Yes, Colt 45. When Colt 45 switched its label to lager or something, right?
Yeah, classic lager.
Classic lager. Yeah, something like that. Something like that happened, and then I was like, oh yeah. Now I can drink it, and so that was kind of the fine line. And then some Colt 45. When it switched its label, and that hasn't been acceptable. Did I have one of those 40s or one of those big bottles of the malt liquor that is a craft beer. Have I had one of those?
I don't believe so. Certainly not on this show.
Yeah, I might not have.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're thinking about it too hard.
Yeah. Okay, so since Coach is not with us anymore, hopefully he's safely pooping out that aluminum tab.
Yeah, good luck to him. Woo.
Yeah.
Say a few Hail Marys, man, and
Yeah.
well, you know, we have our resident monk here. He could, you know, put a few blessings out there for Coach.
Yeah, if he's still watching, yeah.
If he's still in the chat and you know, kind of, you know, I don't know, what do they do? Like a few Hail Marys and you know, whatever.
Yeah, Coach can use whatever help he can get.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he's definitely going to need some help passing that sucker, right?
So, yeah, so we got something on standby that we will save for Coach when he comes back to the show. So we got our final word from the chairman.
All right.
And Joe, this is, I think, going to take a couple plays for you to appreciate it and appreciate the humor of this.
Okay.
So go to 12:15. I think your laughter will build with this, with each successive viewing of this. 12:15.
Okay. So, and you already posted the link on this one, right? So,
yeah.
Okay. So 12:13.
Or
oh
15.
my God. So now he has all three screens going. And by the way, you know what? I don't know why it took me so long to notice this bum. He doesn't use the legs on the TV.
Oh, yeah. Well, why use the legs when you can prop them up on a malt liquor box?
You know, so you prop them up right dead center in the middle of the malt liquor box, each one of them. And, okay, so 12:13. Here we go. And he's got his stormtrooper hat on.
Yeah, but in the video, he doesn't.
Okay, so in this portion of the video, he's back to his Bass Pro Shops hat on with the price tag on there for some reason, because that is what...
Because that's cool.
Guys like him that would wear a Hooters shirt, a Hooters racing shirt, would think like he's from the South or something, but he's actually outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for Christ's sake, or Western Pennsylvania.
No, he's more. He's East Central PA.
Do you see what's happening there, Umi? Even Pittsburgh does not want to even come close to claiming this guy. They want to put some distance between, even just no, he's over there a little bit. They want to get some of that stink away from them, right? So they're like, no. We need to make sure that there's
okay. Hey Joe, we got to interrupt this. We have a Coach update from YouTube Bandwidth, who we know is a reliable source.
Oh yeah, let me put this on screen. Mandy just posted on Facebook that he is vomiting blood, internal bleeding. I hate this about Bandwidth, right? Because
he's always first with the news.
Yeah, he's always first with the news. Mind you, Mandy has my damn in before I speak, let me check my phone. Yeah. She would have texted me if it was actually something serious. So I'm not getting too alarmed, and I recognize now Bandwidth is known for putting out tons of fake news that will sound and feel just real enough to where you'll fall for it. Right?
Right.
So,
I mean, okay, so in the lore of the Jody lore, this is like a kind of a bit of a nemesis for you. He's a bit of an antagonist.
Exactly. As are the rest of them. Like, let's be clear.
As yeah.
They're all
Well,
there. There's a few
Well, I mean,
in there.
I like his setup. I do. I have to say the setup is pretty. I'm watching it over there, so that's what I
Okay,
keep looking.
gotcha.
I'm watching it over there, and I got you guys over here. But yeah, I mean, he's. It looks like he spent a lot of money on that setup. He really does.
Well, that's what he counts on, looking like he spent a lot of money when not really spending a lot of money. That's what he counts on. Like the stacks of money that look like real money there, that is all bought on Amazon. You can buy stacks of money on Amazon for like $20.
Chat is telling me that my mic is making a lot of noise, which sucks. So I'm gonna keep muting myself until I say something.
No, you were staticky, but it's okay now.
Yeah.
No, that sucks. No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, Bum. We are. This is all set up now.
Yeah, this is our final word from the chairman for this week's Malt Liquor Report.
Here we go. And by the way, the title is "If It Ain't White." Boy,
the old sorcery.
He just took it down.
Oh, I waited too long, my friend.
He was obviously waiting.
Oh, look at him.
That's hilarious.
Look at him.
That's hilarious. Hey, it's your catalog, Chairman. You're the one who is fouling your own catalog out of spite. That's hilarious.
That is. What's funny is I can still skim through. Are you seeing that? I can still
Yeah, but we need the audio is what we need.
Oh.
Wow. That's hilarious. Wow. I thought the chairman was napping.
Yeah, well, not on us, apparently.
Yeah.
He has his full, because he's aware this is a worldwide show.
Right.
It's one thing for local news to show up, but when the national broadcast shows up, right? This is the Malt Liquor Report, baby. That's it. This has weight. This has gravity.
So, oh well. Like Marshal Jim Duncan said, he damn near dumped the catalog.
Wow. I mean, that was live TV, right? Like he likes to say live TV, folks, right? That was as live as it gets right there. That happened right now, right?
Now, obviously, he matched. Now, how did he know? Well, okay, he saw the title of the video before we played it. That's why he knew to delete it. Okay, whatever. I'm sure he's never going to provide us any content in the future. So, alrighty. So that is it for this week's Malt Liquor.
To his point, that is the ultimate troll. Isn't it?
Yeah.
His point, he likes to troll. That is the ultimate troll.
Yeah.
But there's ways to fix that.
Yeah, there's ways around it.
And
I hope I don't have to resort to it, but
yeah, that let's play nice, but hey, if we got to play dirty, then now you're not in control of how it works, and things can be spun different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Billy D. We appreciate it. Another fine Malt Liquor Report as always. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was sure pretty sneaky right there, man. him sneaking that one in there like that. You're like, okay. Yeah, that was all right.
I wanted you to see that damn third water heater video. That's the one that I really wanted you to see.
I feel bad that I waited so long. I shouldn't have. I didn't know that would happen.
Yeah, I sure didn't either.
You know,
Who knew?
I didn't see that coming. So it was like, oh, should have played it right away and then talked about it after. Now it's on this show, no controlling it, right? I could always go back to the playback on this show.
Oh, well. Such is life in the malt liquor world.
That's the ultimate trolling, though, I can tell you that. Umi, you have the stage, my man, as promised. Tell us whatever you've ever wanted to say, my friend. Oh, unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, I mute myself because of the static. I hope there's no static.
It's fine.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine, my friend.
Well, no, it's just good to see you. I've got nothing particular that I really want to say. I just want to check in with you guys. Yeah, it's been a good 5-6 years. I'm really enjoying the new show and how you guys are doing and everything. It's good. The chat is giving me hell right now, and I'm loving it. I'm here for it. Honestly, hit me with your best shot. I trust me. I've been on 4chan, so I know what you guys are getting.
Well, it at least it keeps you awake, right? Like, you know, you're still across the pond, right? So it's very early in the morning.
Yeah. It's they said this is the usual drinking time for me.
Is it really? Wow.
Yeah, it's just about hitting 2 a.m. in the UK right now.
My goodness. We haven't had anybody from across the pond in a while, haven't we?
Since Huffy was here like a couple months ago.
Yeah, he was, and he was in the chat earlier as well. Well, he still is actually, to his credit. So,
Umi, did you know there is a British chairman of the malt liquor drinking community, the British division? Huffy 72. Check out his channel.
Yeah, Huffy's this guy right here.
Yeah.
Wait, so are you the U.S. division of the malt liquor drinking?
Well,
community?
as far as all the MLDC guys, I think they thought they were the only MLDC until Huffy declared himself to be the UK chairman.
Yeah.
Is that thing we can just declare ourselves?
Oh, certainly.
It's the internet. You can declare anything.
I forgot. Oh shit! I forgot it was the internet. Yeah. Okay.
Are you kidding me? You can declare anything. It's the internet. You know that. You're like, I mean, you know, if you want to be king of something, you can be king. If you want to be queen, no discrimination there. You could be queen of something. You could be whatever you want to be. It is the, www of. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I declare myself the tequila flavored shitty beer guy.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. So you like tequila flavored beers? I would assume.
Put it this way. It's a bit sweet. It's a bit sweet. It's a bit sickly. A bit rich. You can't drink too many of them, but they're a nice treat because it's about 5.9%, which is, I don't know what you guys used to drinking in terms of percentage wise with your beers, with your ales or your beers, because 5.9 is pretty high over here. You'd go for about 4.5 or a 5 kind of thing. Yeah, so that's considered strong. So this one is actually considered very strong. That's right,
because you've got yeah, that's right, huh? Because Well, it's the UK, so you've got proper standards for beer, right? So your session ales, I would assume, is what you're talking about, and sevens would be, you know, 6 and 7s are starting to reach into that really high ABV stuff, right? Like that.
Yeah, as in like 6. Like okay, if you're drinking a beer or you're drinking like a cider or something like that, or lager, if you're hitting like 7%, then you're hitting tramp levels, basically. You know, you're hitting levels which not many people would consider to be tolerable unless you're drinking wine.
Really? Y'all,
Yeah.
that's not us, my friend.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
No,
Good.
I'm
Yeah. No,
regularly
that's
drinking beers that are, dear God, if you'd have. Now, this is the first show since having 2 weeks off, right? So, hell, I think the last show we did, I was having, I don't know, Bum, what were they, 10%, 14% beers? I was having all bourbon barrel aged beers, I think.
Yeah, I forget what you were having.
I was having some of my big stuff that I like to get from Chicago there.
From Goose Island.
Goose Island, yeah. Some of the oh dear God.
The Bourbon County.
Yeah, Bourbon County Stout. Speaking of bourbon that I just mentioned, yeah. The Bourbon County Stouts, which are typically 14%.
14%
and above. Yeah. The base Bourbon County will start somewhere 13 to 14%, and they go up or right around that, from there. They can go, 15, 16%. And
now, when you order something like that from a bar, are you ordering a pint?
From a bar, when you go to a brewery and you're getting those bourbon barrel aged beers, they'll typically only give you a 10-ounce pour.
Right.
So you're going to limit your pour. Your price is going to be for a limited pour.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that would make sense because if the way we do things in the UK, and I know the chat is going to go mad at me for saying even just saying this, talking for the UK, but it's sort of like we do things in pints, and you would say a pint of about a 5% beer, maybe 6 pints of a 5% beer is a good amount of beer right there, and so to vary from different things on that, if you a pint of 8% beer, I can see someone in the chat is talking about Mockney, which is about 9%, and drinking pints of 9% Mockney or Perla is that's a heavy drinker right there. That's someone who's drinking to get very pissed, which for you, the bang for your buck. Also, you're drinking the cheapest beer.
And for those who don't know, when you say getting very pissed, you mean getting pretty drunk, right? Like that's.
Oh yeah.
I know it does not mean the same thing in the United States.
No, if you're getting pissed, you mean pretty much you're pissing yourself. Like that's how drunk you are. You're pissed.
Yeah.
But over across the pond, when someone refers to, I got pretty pissed, it's not that you were upset or you literally pissed your pants. You're pretty drunk.
Yeah.
You got pretty drunk. Yeah.
Well, like over here, if you say someone's pissed, that means that they're drunk. But over there, if you say someone's pissed off, it means they're pissed off, right? Yeah. You guys get that. So what happened to pissed? Why did you get rid of pissed? Pissed and pissed off. They're two different things. You guys merged.
Well, here, pissed and pissed off.
You bastardized our language.
They're interchangeable
once
here.
again.
Pissed and pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Two different
speaking
things
of
over
high
here.
ABVs, I got a
Yeah,
9.6 Sierra Nevada Bigfoot 2025.
Don't even get me started, bum. Oh boy. If I start heading down that road, man, my goodness. I've got some big ones in the fridge right now waiting, my friend. I've been right now just sipping on these 5%. I don't even know that these are 5%. No, they're not. They're 4%. These Victorias, Mexican style lagers, nothing to write home about. They're session 4% beers, right? Just standard lagers. But yeah, I can get some big stuff out the fridge for sure. Or the storage. Yeah, I've got plenty of big beers. In other words, yeah, that can always happen.
But
at any.
I would say over here, like when it hits 7%, that's the line between drinking an ale, drinking a beer, or drinking a wine. Because I never really see any beers which are stronger than, say, even the strong ones. They're not really, the ales and stuff like that, and they're not really stronger than 7%. And the wines are never ever less than 6%, or less than 7%. So it's definitely it's interesting to see that Bum is drinking a 9.5 like it's just water.
Please, yeah. Oh my goodness, you could drink a 7% beer. Over here, you could drink. Tell them, Bum, you could drink a 9 to 10% beer and never have any idea that there is any alcohol even in it.
Yeah, for good or for bad. Yeah,
which is definitely that is definitely bad. There's not anything that is
terrible. That's terrible. Come on,
they are that good.
Yeah, but I mean for good as far as you not tasting it, but for bad as far as accidentally consuming too much of it. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? The chat is telling me, or Javi is saying, the cider is 8%. I'm gonna change what I said. I push it up to about 10%. Okay, once 10% is exactly that line. But I'll be honest, I don't know anyone who would drink a 9%, 8% beer. It's not something that's regularly sold, like regularly in any bar or any pub, something like that. It's the 6% beer is considered a very strong beer around here, and anything above that is cider, which is very cheap cider, which is exactly what.
And I've had a decent amount of European strong lagers, and yeah, none of them are very good tasting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not something. It's not something that you would drink in public or around people in the UK, and that's what I mean. And I'm jealous. I'm not at all having a comment. I'm saying that's awesome that Clement's got a beer which is 9.5%.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the high ABV craft beers here are incredible tasting.
Oh,
and yeah,
to me that sweet spot. Tell them, Bum, like that sweet spot between that same target range you're talking about, like 6.5 to 8-9%, 8%, I would say 8.5, 9% is just an amazing amount of IPAs and God almighty, everything that just lives in that target area. Double pretty much everything. A double this, a double IPA. It's going to be a double stout, a double brown, a double whatever, imperial whatever. But oh my goodness, the amount of stuff that's there that's phenomenal is incredible. And by the way, hi Tom. he probably is just getting home and saying hi. So, Tom, if you want a link, you just let me know. I'm gonna act. And now you talked me into it, Umi. I'll be right back. I gotta something.
Would you like me to post the link in case Tom?
Yeah. Post the link in case he wants to get in.
Although I suspect Tom might be going to work, I'll still post the link.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay. Here, let me do this. And then do this. Yeah, I will be happy, but surprised if Tom is able to join. So yeah, Umi, I've had a decent amount of strong lagers from various European countries, and I'm trying to try something from as many different countries as I can. I'm up to, well, I fulfilled my goal of 50 different countries at the end of 2024. I had a beer from my 50th different country, which was Ethiopia. In my fridge, I got a couple of.
That was your favorite. Sorry, that was your favorite.
No,
Ethiopia was your favorite. Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Oh, that was your favorite.
So
okay,
I got number 51 and 52 in the fridge, and they're both like 10% strong lagers, which I've actually been hanging on to for a couple years. They're a couple years old. One.
Okay, well let me get some feedback then. What was the best one? What was the strongest one?
This is over a 40-year span of drinking these beers. So yeah, I some of them are decades old and I can't remember. But I do have a couple of high ABV ones, one from Montenegro and another one from is it Croatia, I believe. And I know they're not going to taste good. That's why and they're a couple years old. That's why I've been holding off on drinking them. But those are countries number 51 and 52 in the fridge waiting.
Wow. Well, I look forward to hearing your review of those ones. But I'll be putting together some sort of report, some sort of comprehensive report.
So my goal for the end of 2025 is to have a beer from my 60th country. So I got 51 and 52 in the fridge at a store very close to me. I have to buy 6-packs of them. I have Barbados and I have Lebanon. So those.
What's the worst one you've had?
Oh man, I would have to give that some thought. There have been some bad ones. Most of them are just bland, basic lagers. I don't have one handy here.
How do you decide when you get to a country and you think? How do you decide on which beer is going to represent that?
Oh no,
country?
it's just me going to the beer stores and just seeing if there's any new countries that I haven't tried. If I see a beer that it has an unfamiliar name and an unfamiliar look, I'll look to see what country it's from, and if it's something new, I'll purchase it.
Come on, you know which one's the worst one you've ever had. I'm sure you remember that. That's the one you'll never ever buy again.
Honestly,
most of them are just bland, middle of the road lagers. There's nothing good or nothing bad about them.
Little question here about hazy IPAs. Absolutely love hazy IPAs. New England or West styled hazy IPAs are phenomenal. My only problem with hazy IPAs is they've kind of switched over the years, right, to these fruity, like a lot of IPAs have now become these fruity drinks.
They're juicy IPAs.
Yeah, hazy, juicy IPAs, and it used to be, IPAs, these hazy IPAs used to be And they didn't have to stay this way. I'm not saying they had to stay that way, but they used to be these lip puckering kind of like almost like putting too many lemon heads in your mouth, kind of lip puckering, kind of, oh dear God, like some of them were so grassy and so bold. And we've gotten so far away from that, haven't we? Like it's almost hard to discern between a hazy IPA, and we've talked about this many, many times, and some of your other actual traditional fruitier styles, because they've all, and I don't know if that's a criticism of the brewing now that I think about it, or so many more hop variants that have come out that are truly that close to fruit flavor. You can't hardly tell them apart, and they are actually just that fruity. I don't know, Bum.
Yeah, it's just like pure citrus.
Yeah, they are mimicking citrus so well. I think that's actually what it actually is. They have gotten so well at harvesting, at growing, and harvesting hops at this point, that they can pinpoint these particular flavors that they really want to accentuate, and that's what's going to come through. They're phenomenal. I still buy them. I like them. But boy, when I get one that is a little bit more bold and not as sweet, I appreciate it a lot more. I appreciate the ones, me personally, that's just my style. I appreciate the beers that don't like give me a cavity. Right?
Then stay away from Desperados, because
I knew that's what I was kind of pointing it that way, man. I was like, yeah, I remember what you said.
Sugar. Just have a lollipop. Or have some candy, as you guys say.
I just wanted to get to a little, what was the name there? Little Nepotiz. Just wanted to get to that one. So real quick here, pal. I got this one. This is a local beer. Bum's familiar with this brand. Is it Tombstone Brewery here in Arizona?
Oh man.
It's one of their imperial stouts. I've got these on hand all the time. This is an imperial stout, okay? So it's a double. It's their typical imperial stout that they brew all the time. But this particular variant, they aged in bourbon rye barrels, Pikesville bourbon rye barrels, okay? And its ABV is 15.7%, okay? And this is a pint. This is a full pint. So I know you said that you like
pint can.
This is a pint can.
Listen, a pint can in the UK. It's actually very rare to get. You get 500 ml cans. That's like the 99% of the cans you get will be 500 ml, or they'll be 440 ml. Very rare do you see a pint can in the shop. They'll stand out, and that's the ones I go for. They'll stand out.
Oh, so, yeah.
Well, congratulations on finding pint cans.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place here. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what most craft breweries can in here.
Yeah,
most. That's kind of. Can I just say that actually surprises me, because I thought that pints were not really a thing in America. Like pints were like a kind of a UK.
No, even on draft, you go to most breweries and even bars, better bars. Mm-hmm. They will give you a draft pint.
They're going for pints, yeah, because that's how they started out, right? That's what they're sticking to. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, with that in mind, if you get a beer like this, now if you were to get the traditional stout, they'd give you a pint.
You're right.
A beer like this, 10-ounce pour, probably more than likely.
Yes, glad you pointed that out, Joe. Too, Umi. Yeah. The high ABV ones, you will not get a pint at a brewery. They give you a smaller pour because of how strong the beer is.
Now I'm going to pour this into a Newcastle glass. You're familiar with this glass, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And so these are motor oil beers, man. These are
shout out to Andrew.
Yeah, shout out to Andrew right there.
Wow.
These are very thick, heavy beers, man. And if you don't like rye whiskey, you're not gonna like this. Okay, I'll just tell you right off the bat.
What's the percentage on that?
I'm sorry.
What was the percentage on that one?
Like I said, 15.7.
15.7. Jesus.
15.7. Yep. So this is a very high ABV beer. You definitely get the alcohol on the nose. Okay. It'll leave legs. This one I just took out of the fridge. So if it was warmer, you would see legs on the glass. Just like you would a whiskey. Okay. You would see legs just like that. All right. But since it's still chilled a little bit, like if I put it to my cheek, it's still pretty cold, right? I just took it out of the fridge. I'm not kidding. So you're getting a lot of alcohol. It's not quite calmed down like it will be in about another hour, right? Even another half hour. It's going to start tasting a lot better. Now, on the can, they're telling you you're going to get chocolates, caramels, toffee flavors of the base stout. And then it balances out with intense notes of oak, vanilla, along with uniquely spicy warmth of the rye, right? So you should start getting that, right? Now, I take long chugs, man. That's just my style. That's how I roll.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm not telling everyone to chug a 15.7% beer like that, but that is how I do it.
Yeah, fucking A. Fucking A, as the Americans say.
But it is freaking great. I mean, especially now. I've had this beer now for a couple of years, that particular one in the fridge for a couple of years. So it's calmed down quite a bit. It's just
You've had that beer in the fridge for a year.
Couple years, yeah.
Fucking hell. Sorry, can I swear on your show?
Absolutely, man. You kidding me?
That's one of the milder words.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
Jesus. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess well, enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. Well, I mean, hey man, like I respect the fact that you're chugging it. But can you savor it? Can you savor it a little? Yeah, we gotta find the right right pace.
Yeah, it's the great thing about it is you can see how it's kind of medium bodied, even though it's so heavy.
It looks heavy. It looks like oil. It does look like oil.
It is definitely thicker and heavier than your regular even your regular stout, man. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Seriously,
but the intense there's some chocolate in there. It's a dark chocolate. It's not a milk chocolate. You're not going to get a real, but there is a sweetness in there that is really nice. Again, all of this is on the pretense that you've gotta like rye whiskey, right? If you do like whiskey, because there is a whiskey in here, then it's calm. It's not a, you don't feel like heat in the back of your throat, right? When you drink it, it's not going to hit you super hard like that.
Are you a whiskey guy? If there was nothing else on the table,
I am a weaker whiskey guy. I do like a little water with mine, or an ice cube, if you will. I'm not a neat type guy. I can, drink whiskey neat, but you know,
Yeah. Do you not feel as you got older, the more beers you drink, like I never ever started off as a whiskey guy, and I probably not still am, but the more I drink beer, the more I kind of understand where whiskey's coming from. If you know what I mean. Like if it's all that's on the table, I'm more likely, since the last time I was on your show when I was about 21 and in my 30s, I'm more likely to drink a bit of whiskey if it's there. Like, how do you feel about that?
It's a natural progression, isn't it? Because what happens is the more you start getting into beer, the more you start figuring out how it's made. The more you get familiar with that, the more you get familiar with hops and barley and how they're grown, what happens in the process when it goes through the wort, when it goes through all the different processes of making it into beer. And the more you learn about different styles and stuff like that, and the more you start figuring out that, you know what, until it's distilled, whiskey is beer. And you're like, wait a minute here. Right. And the direct relation that whiskey and beer have. And then you'll start finding out that, you know what? Yeah, why wouldn't I sample this stuff? And then you start playing around with your mixed whiskeys, right? Your whiskeys that are mixed and milder and they're easier to drink. And then you start. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the way I've always seen it is like when you first start drinking and you have a bit of whiskey, you're like that kind of burn. You're like, why would I want that? And then after a while, after about 10 years, you're like, I'm looking for that burn. Actually, that burn, a little bit of that burn might go down well right now, and that's exactly why I kind of literally I started to come around on whiskey, but. Beer always first. Beer 100%. Beer is the way, and I just suddenly started liking whiskey after hating it for a long fucking time. And now I get it. I get it now. And I just want to say, someone in the comments saying poor Umi. Hope he's got a thick skin. I'm reading all the comments. This is the least offensive shit. If you think you're trying to offend me, please just get more offensive. This is bullshit. Honestly, it's the least funny. It's funny, but it's not offensive. So if you want to offend me, come on, hit me with your best shot. This is Bush League racism. Bush League. Like honestly, hit me with your best.
Oh,
stuff,
please
man.
don't ever please don't compare me to him. He's a brilliant man, and I am just some bobo that shows up here once a week and drinks a few beers and hosts this ridiculous show. And yeah, he's a brilliant mind. Please, I appreciate the compliment, but he's a brilliant man. I really think highly of him. Yeah, me and him have nothing in common. He's on another level. That guy is a deep thinker, man. Yeah, he's
Sorry, wait, what was that?
Yeah, that's a brilliant dude right there.
Oh yes, somebody was comparing Joe with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right. I think
the guy's a super brain.
Yeah, he's a super brain. I'm so bobo with a talking head that shows up here once a week on Saturdays, and
you're a lot more tolerable than Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're easier to talk to. At least you don't interrupt everybody.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Joe Rogan?
I don't agree with everything that Neil says, but I respect his super brain.
Yeah, he's a very
of course he's a scientific genius. The only difference is
certainly
the difference between him and Joe right now is that Joe is very respectful to his guests on his show, and he lets them talk. He doesn't interrupt everybody. So that's why I like talking to Joe. That's why I came back. Joe D. I'm talking about, not Joe Rogan.
I appreciate you, Umi, very much. I definitely do, man. I appreciate all our guests who are on here. We've only had Bum 2 that I can think of in the years that we've had to say, you know what, you're a little too much, friend.
Really?
Yeah, other than people who were just who blatantly got on
Mhm.
just to create mischief.
Yeah.
That was their goal. But as far as people who came on as a legitimate person on the show, yeah, there hasn't been too many.
Yeah, there really hasn't. But
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the model. Listen, this, in my opinion, this is why like YouTube is cool. Like this is why YouTube Live is cool, because people like you are out there and you're doing that kind of thing. You're inviting people. You're taking the risk, and obviously that people can come on and do that kind of bullshit. And we've seen a lot of that.
We've had them. Let me tell you,
yeah.
We've had them. But the thing of it is this is what we like to do. We enjoy doing this. Bum is here because this is what he likes to do. I'm here because this is what I like to do. This is fun for us, right? We like the interaction, the hanging out part of it. And what we have in common is we all like beer. And the thing about it is there's so many different beers to enjoy. So when you bring up a beer, we can go to that. We can do that different style. We can exactly, and that's the beautiful thing of it. Like, especially when you jump in right now from where you're at, from your home, your comfort zone. You're not endangering anybody, I hope, and you can just express yourself with your beer and your culture and your in your environment. And I think that's pure. I think that's a lot more pure, right? Including these people that consume this stuff called malt liquor. And that's what we try to do. We try to kind of like have this part of our show every week that gives us some insight into these people that drink this stuff called malt liquor. And we're like, oh.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've really even drunk malt liquor before. It
No,
seems like it seems like kind of thing someone would order in a fucking 50s film, which is cool, which is a cool thing.
No, spare yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like lead paint. You don't ever want to use lead paint again, right? People did lead paint, so the people that do have lead paint, it's kind of like interviewing them. You're like, so what's your life like, man? How do you think? Like, what? Like, how's your health? What's,
like people with asbestos insulation or curtains. Yeah.
Yeah. People have, do your kids have, all 10 fingers?
Yeah. Or how many eyes? 3 or 1?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, what? What?
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So.
So do you have any like kind of cultural history on like where it came from, or like what, like who started drinking it? Where did they? Where did it get popularized?
Yeah, it's one of the few things in the United States that is indigenous to the United States, which did not develop elsewhere, just like jazz music.
Well, I'll be honest. Jazz music, at least we've heard of jazz music. Malt liquor is something no one drinks that. We have malt drinks, which
jazz made its way to the UK, and malt liquor has not. But
no,
malt
drinks. There's one drink we have. 40. No, it's not 40. It's super malt. We have something called super malt, which is very popular with the black community here.
Oh no!
Super Malt, but it's not an
Super
alcoholic
Malt.
drink. It's just a drink. It's just a drink.
That
No
name
one
intrigues
other
me.
than black people, no other race than black people will drink a Super
No
Malt.
kidding.
Tell me the name of this drink. I want to know.
It's called Super Malt. It's called
Super Malt.
So-
Yeah,
That's
Joe,
what-
look that up. I'm intrigued.
I am Googling away right now as
It's not a thing. Honestly, it's a totally in the UK. That's a black thing. No race
that's
other
what we
than black
want to
people
see.
ever drank. I've never drank a Super Malt. I don't ever plan on drinking a Super Malt.
I'm sure Joe is fascinated, as am I.
I just literally
Super Malt.
I am
Exactly.
just now hearing this.
That's it.
Non-alcoholic malt drinks can be made by either traditional brewing method where
Now try Untapped.
yes, we need. Well, it says it's a non-alcoholic, just like you
Non-alcoholic.
said. Various products of Super Malt are sold worldwide in more than 70 countries and are mostly popular in the African and African Caribbean. Just to verify everything this man just said.
What did I say? What did I say?
UK, the primary consumer target group for malt drinks is the African Caribbean population, represents more blah, 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 blah. Wow.
Oh yeah, we got almost 3,000 check-ins on Untapped, and Joe, the average ranking is 1.7 bottle.
Dude, 70 we've got to find this malt beverage. Oh my god.
Well, I'd love to hear your opinion on it because
Umi has
I'm not drinking it until you do.
What the F?
Yeah, it's amazing. We know Super Bach.
Yeah, Super Bach we've had.
We all know Super Bach, but not Super Malt.
You see that? Power Malt. I don't know what the fuck Power
I'm
Malt
all
is.
over it. I'm all over it. Power Malt. Power Malt. Oh my God.
What the hell is malt? Joe, tell me what the hell malt is, because I don't know what malt is.
Malt is a barley, my friend, and it just depends on look at this.
Yeah, it's the barley product that goes into the beer.
Dude, okay. Freaking Walmart? Okay. Amazon? All right. I'm getting some of this stuff.
You getting it? Oh shit! Good on you, man. Well done.
Now I am not Caribbean, but I am part black, so I feel like Umi, you have like challenged my cultural whatever it is.
I wasn't challenging. I was just
Somehow,
inquiring.
some way you've challenged me.
It seems like more of a UK thing than a black thing. If you guys have never even heard of it, but you know
but
what?
you said African.
You go first.
African is in the African American part. It's in the first part.
I get it. Yeah, no, hey, Dave, but hey, you want to bring some power malt? More power to you.
Dude, look at this, bum. What have we been? I feel like now that I've seen it, I feel like I've seen it and I didn't. Extra energy, it says. It's in Arabic on the can and everything. What the hell's going on here?
Well, let's see if there's any alcohol you can mix it with. Maybe there's a cocktail with power malt or super malt, you know, a little something that goes with it. Because I grew up, or I always thought that was an alcoholic drink. I genuinely, it looks, the way they package it looks like an alcoholic drink, and so I just always thought it was. And then I grew up and I realized, that no one I know buys this. I've never seen anyone drinking it. But the reason that it exists, the reason that it's really there, is because it's actually some people like it, and it's not like, as I was talking about earlier, those strong ciders, those strong ciders, like the 8-9% ciders. No one I know drinks them except for that's actually a kind of a that's like a poor white guy homeless thing. very poor white people will drink those 9%, 10% cider. They're all called Diamond White, White Ace, White Diamond. They're all called something white or something diamond, and that's a really poor white thing. I'm sorry to make it like that political, but that I realized that that's what that was, and then I never ever, I never ever saw anyone drinking this, and it's because just wasn't involved in that many black communities. But that is a thing that black communities in the UK drink, and it's a malt drink. So, and there's loads of products like that. And when you're in the UK, and in the UK, like racial groups are quite, sort of segregated. There's a little bit more than they are in America. Actually, in the US. I mean,
well, hey, let's be real. In the US, there's a lot of segregation too, my friend. Self-segregation in some, but still, it exists. It exists.
Of course, yeah. No, I'm not. I don't want to speak for the US. I don't. Listen, I'm not trying to make it political. I'm trying to explain why there are drinks, why there are different products at different.
And there are certainly certain products directed towards a certain demographic. The people are trying their best to do away with it, but you're gonna push your product to whoever is buying it. So
of course, of course.
They Joe, am I correct? They got rid of menthol cigarettes.
Yeah,
of course. Listen, that's how it works. Right? That's literally like. The more integration there is, the more that you just like chat is telling me I'm generalizing a little bit. I absolutely am generalizing a little bit. I'm trying to explain it in a way which is
so you've got these 330 milliliter cans, which are pretty small, of this product. It's a product of Denmark, imported from Denmark. It's a Denmark, Danish. Boy, they sure do have a lot of languages on here. What's your racial makeup there, my friend? Umi, what's your background?
Me, chat, get ready. You're gonna love this one.
Just have your fingertips ready at your keyboards.
Okay, I'm as chat guess. I'm half Indian and I'm also half Pakistani. So
okay, all right. So
half G, half Paki. So hit me with your best shot, guys.
Is that all? I was waiting for like a whole lot more from you.
No.
That's actually pretty simple.
You're pretty simple. Yeah,
now Tom is actually, he's on his way to work, so he's saying they make Goya makes a similar product called Malta. So Tom's familiar. Had Tom been in the show, he'd have told us that.
Wait. Sorry, I might be really dumb here. Does malt have anything to do with Malta, the place, Malta?
Oh, the country.
Oh,
yeah. Is that
no? I don't think so.
Is that a thing, or am I just being an idiot?
No, I don't think it does.
Malta. No, malt is something malted, right? I don't know what.
Nemo's like a local. What's your man?
Yeah, you're getting called out, Joe.
I am very much getting
don't answer it. Don't give in. I'm giving in because I quite like. I'm a bit of a masochist. I like seeing the comments.
Nemo is a regular. He's on here every show, and God bless him. Thank him for showing up. Absolutely, he's local. I
was going to say Nemo's somebody who will eventually meet up with Joe.
Yeah, we actually don't live far from each other. So what's great about Nemo is I can bring up certain things about what's happening, actually, not just in my immediate city, but my immediate area, because he's that local. He's that local to my city that I live in here in the States. And so that's what's fun about Nemo. He's
Nice.
very, very, very local, and
That's nice.
knows a lot about beer because he's in the industry. So not only is he local, but he is in the industry, knows a lot about the distribution and sale of alcohol in my area. So he is a tremendous help with all this stuff. And here's Hans. And Hans, we haven't heard from in a long time, Bum. Let's see what he has to say. Here in Miami, malt drink is popular. There's different types of brands. It's delicious, but very sugary drink. Now, Hans, okay, now anybody from Miami is gonna have that, like it was saying, African Caribbean kind of cultural. Now, Miami's gonna have that Caribbean Afro culture. So Hans is in that South Florida area. So he might not be anymore, but he knows Florida. And that is what he's talking about. So he is very familiar with that product that you're talking about. See how fast this show can act, bro? Like, it's kind of crazy. It's fun. That's what I love about this show. Actually, it's what keeps me addicted to this show that we have here.
Yeah.
Is the input that we get from the chat. It keeps it fun, keeps it interesting. But the right people jump in at the right time. No bum. Like it's fun. You jumped in here, Umi, and now we have.
No, I came in and I knew I was going to get a lot of hate. And I honestly, actually, I'm going to say, you guys aren't that funny. I thought you'd be more funny. I thought you'd be more hateful. Honestly, the hate comments, they're not that funny. You need to step it up. You need to be more hateful.
I think they were nice.
Naturally. Yeah, of course I do. That's why I'm drinking a beer at fucking this time o'clock in the UK. Yeah, come on, hit me with some more shit. Come on, hit me with your best show. At least
you better tune in next Saturday, then, my friend. You better tune in next Saturday. You ask for arrows like that, they are gonna launch grenades. You watch. Yeah.
Hey, listen. I frequent 4chan. A lot of these comments are just they copy and paste from 4chan. They're doing their best, but a lot of these guys they can't even show their face. You know, they just copying and pasting and hoping that someone will find it funny. I want something offensive. Come on.
Yeah,
be offensive. Be funny.
Now,
come on, something offensive. Like
you know what's great?
Sucks. You guys suck.
You know what's great is that what I truly love about the community that has happened here over the years, and Bum can relate because in the very, very beginnings of this, Bum communicated with me his concern about it, right? And so credit to Bum because he's the one that communicated his concern in the very, very beginnings of starting something like this, right? About the malt liquor report part of this, right? And where it could go. And I just said, let's roll. You know what I'm saying? Because
and that was when Steel Worldwide called Joe D a fat piece of shit. I was actually worried about that.
He was worried about just that low level part of it. But you know what's great, Umi, is that I feel like what we have done here is showed people how to treat hate on a particular level, right? Like it's all how we handle it, right? And all how we treat it, right? If you take it so serious and like your life is seriously threatened, like, you know, come on, man. Nothing's really generally going to happen, right?
Listen, man. If I thought that I would come on here and get hateful comments or racist comments, and then I would leave because of those. I wouldn't have come on, man. It's not my right to come on. It's not. This is the thing about the world now. Is that actually everyone has their fucking opinion, and they have their right to use that opinion, and it's actually your responsibility to be able to deal with it. You're putting yourself on the internet. You need to be able to take those comments and say, hey, you know what? If I'm not going to be able to take those comments, then I shouldn't be putting myself in that position. I'm not going to do that. It's not my right to go into this space and say, hey, you shouldn't be saying that. You say, I came into this space, immediately they're saying, you look like Osama. You look like Osama bin Laden. Okay, I'm like, all right, hey, that's where we're starting. That's round one. I look like Osama bin Laden. Where are we going from there? All right, let's go from there. Like, hit me with your best shot.
Right.
It's more like, listen, hey, you're a black dude. You are a black man. Okay, I imagine if people want to come and be racist to you, then they would go and do that. Okay, I feel like a lot of your fans, they are loving the fact that I've come onto your show, and they can just be as racist as they want to me, and I'm just gonna take it because quite honestly, I'm finding it funny. Like 30% of these jokes are actually funny. A lot of them are just shit that they've copied and pasted from and they're too pussy to ever show their own face on any website ever. But actually, this is really funny. I'm laughing a lot at a lot of the comments. So yeah, let's go for it, man. Like, hit me with pressure, and let's keep going.
It's real good, tongue in cheek, and it's fun.
It's funny, yeah, it's funny. It's
just to let people just kind of cut up in the way they want to cut up, and say something that they really just want to just kind of get out. Just to cut up.
It's actually
without any. Immediate.
If I'm looking at it, it's literally like two different people who are giving all of the comments. It's this guy Robert Douglas and Lone Wolf. These Robert Douglas. Hey, shout out to Robert Douglas. You sat there making more comments than anybody else online tonight. So well done, man. I'm guessing your life is going really well. I'm guessing you're really fun. You got a lot going on. Trump will get rid of PC bullshit. I hope so, because I live in the UK, so I don't have to worry about any of that now. But I'm guessing you're probably not even white. I'm guessing.
Oh my goodness! I gotta drink a drink of this.
Yeah.
Oh, that went down the wrong pipe there. Whew. My goodness.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. I need a piss and I need a cigarette, so I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, do your thing. So this was super enlightening. I swear to God, I had no idea about these malt. But isn't it funny, Bum? No matter what, we get someone that jumps in here and just casually. I feel like this is what happens literally because of something like this show. Not because of our show specifically, but just because of the format of it, where someone is in their particular living area, right? Like you are right now in Pittsburgh. I'm here in Phoenix. And we don't think about our lives, right? Like you don't think about your daily life and what might be different about it. You're just doing your life. And our friend here is in the UK. He's doing his life. He doesn't think too much about it. The nuances of it and stuff, something he's grown up with. He has no idea. And through conversation, so happens to mention one of the little nuances of his life that's like, wait, what? Right? Which, had that person left their environment, traveled to your area, planted themselves in your area might not have ever come up because they're no longer in the comfort of their space in their area at that time, right? And through a conversation, still might not have ever come up because now they're in your environment. They're from their environment, but and they're in your environment now, and now that never comes up through even a long conversation, but through a same respectful conversation. Everybody, we're all in the comforts of our areas and the comforts of our zones, and we're just having a conversation online here, and oh yeah, blah blah blah. What? Another.
What did he reveal? Did I miss something?
Well, these malt drinks.
The malt stuff. I thought this was like something personal about him. Okay.
No, not about him, but still to us. Now, to a lot of people in the chat right now, they're like, "Oh yeah, these things have been around for." I didn't know it. I feel like
I had no idea.
So I feel like if neither one of us knew it, there might be a few others that don't, right? And so it's like, oh, cool. This is another thing to pay attention. It's kind of like, I hate to bring up that simple tasting thing that we did a while back, but the fish thing, what was the fish?
The gefilte fish.
Gefilte fish. I had never really heard of or paid attention to. And now, ever since that day, I'm like, oh yeah, there's the gefilte fish again, right?
Hey, Joe, ever since you brought up Scrapple, I've gone through 4 packages of it.
Have you really?
And it was thanks to you bringing up something that I knew existed and had heard about, but you just kind of re-triggered the whole thing with, oh yeah, that's right, Scrapple. And if you go back and watch the show, I said, yeah, I've heard of it. That ended up making me buy a package of it, and I ended up buying 3 more packages.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I went through 4 packages of Scrapple in like 3 months. And I may buy it again. I think I'm through my phase of buying it every time I'm in that particular store. But yeah, it's an interesting product. But had you not brought it up, I would have never tried it.
I just think that is, it's the beauty of this thing. I don't know. I don't know how else to call it, right? Like I don't ever plan to or ever really want to make this like, oh yeah, we need to be some super platform or something, right? I love that it's just this small thing that it is, because somehow we just keep getting little nuggets like this, like you said, the Scrapple and this power malt and stuff like that. It just
Well, the next thing is going to be me and Tom both trying snails, and Mark said he would do it too.
Oh dear God, yeah, no, you guys are on an island right there. I ain't doing that. But
you Joey, it's clear that you're naturally attracted to the power malt drink.
What I am attracted to is new stuff, right? Like things that have been in front of your face for a long time and you never noticed them, right? Like I think that's what we're getting at, right, Bum? Like I was completely unaware of the gefilte fish. The minute gefilte fish were brought up, I don't know, what's that been, 2 years ago now, Bum?
I could give you the exact date, but I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, I know, I understand.
On short notice.
I would assume it's probably 2, maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah, between 2 and 3, I would say.
That it was brought up on this show. in a similar process as we just had with your power malt beverage. One of those products that has been in the grocery aisle, very small presence of my grocery aisle, but still there, never seen until we brought it up here. And then I'm like, I'll be goddamn. There it is. It's at my grocery store. Never paid attention to it, but it's always been there. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, why haven't I paid it? And it's funny because every since then, now I pay attention to it, right? Which is, I don't know, Bum. Is it gefilte fish a traditional Jewish product or?
Yeah.
So a traditional, at least Jewish American product, I'll qualify it even more. I never paid attention to it, but it's even in my store. I'm not in a Jewish market. There's nothing, you know what I'm saying? I would assume there's some Jews here in Phoenix. I have no idea how many. I have no idea, right? Because this is a large Mexican American market, right? Like there's a, I'm pretty close to Mexico, my friend. Like I could huck to and hit Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Please don't.
so
Please don't.
that I would say I'm gonna run into 2,000 more Mexicans than I am a Jew. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea. I'm talking right out of my ass right now, right? But certain products, I'm saying, is they're always in front of your face and you don't recognize them until sometimes we bring it up. Now, what's fun about the chat is I got cats like Nemo, who I've already expressed is in my literal local market, my local area. And he's like, oh, yeah, Goya, which is a name brand. Has him, I bet you right now, you know what I'm saying? He's naming the store.
Wait. Sorry. It's a Jewish product and it's called Goya.
No. No, I'm talking about the gefilte fish, but the power malt. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
Okay.
There's a malt beverage under the Goya name that is probably in the market that I go to now, and I've never paid attention to it. And so, one of those fun things that you're like, oh my God, I've never, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Something in front of you. That's the fun thing.
What the hell is gefilte fish? Because the only time I've heard of gefilte fish is in the Rush Hour 2 outtakes when he's like, gefilte fish. Chris Tucker, anyone? Anybody remember that? Chris Tucker, like, gefilte fish. No?
I don't know the reference, but just having tried them.
Yeah, we tried them here on air. We tried them.
They were the best way I could describe them, where they were like fish meatballs.
Yeah,
that's good. Actually, you know what? I probably had that because I've been to a bar mitzvah or two in my time, and I didn't ask what I was eating, but I definitely have had some fish meatballs at a bar mitzvah.
Stinky. They were in a jar. They were the most stinkiest thing you've ever had. They smelled awful.
And we all got jars of them, and I was the only one to finish the entire jar of gefilte fish. Coach bailed out after like eating 3 of them.
Yeah.
And everybody else tapped out. I finished the entire jar, and then I called off work the next night.
So there you go. There you go, my friend. There you go. Right?
Was it the beer or was it with the gefilte fish?
I think it was a combination.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, don't mix the two. I'm sure it says that on the can. Yeah, no.
Oh no, they came in a jar, so you can actually look at them floating in their gel.
Swimming.
Yeah. Even Tom's chiming in on this one, man. So this was a great one. I absolutely appreciate, and that's the beauty of this thing is that
So Tom mentioning Malta, the only Malta that I ever knew, and this is for any extremely old time wrestling fans that might be out there, maybe Vega. The only Malta that I've known of is the Isle of Malta, and that was where the professional wrestler Baron Mikel Cicluna came from the Isle of Malta.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's no Stone Cold Steve Austin, but yeah, I mean.
Oh no, Baron Mikel Cicluna. Oh my God, no, yeah, he was. By the time I started watching him in the '80s, he was a scrub who they called him a jobber. He just lost to everybody.
A journeyman.
A journeyman, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I know nothing of wrestling, but I think it's. I used to watch I used to watch WWF. I used to watch WWE when it was WWF. Let's just say.
And I watched WWF when it was WWF in the 70s.
Geez.
It was the Worldwide Wrestling Federation.
Jesus.
Yeah, then they dropped that extra F in WWF, and yeah.
And then the Pandas caught wind of it, and they were like, "No way! Hey, we're the WWF."
And that's why. Yep, the Worldwide Wildlife Federation. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez, what was that?
It's just a bit of a strike.
Okay.
Strike.
I thought maybe that was on Joe's end. Jeez.
No, I think he's okay. I think he's
okay. So anyway, yeah, shout out to I guarantee nobody watching this will remember Baron Mikel Cicluna, but yeah, I guess he was a big deal in the 60s, and by the time I started watching him in the early 80s, he was a scrub, a jobber. But he was from the Isle of Malta.
Well, you know, who's your favorite wrestler of all time?
Oh man, the original. I would have to say the original Tiger Mask from China. Before all the acrobatics of these Mexican masked wrestlers,
the luchadors.
Yeah, the luchadors. Tiger Mask in the late 70s, early 80s. This guy, my God, like getting thrown out.
What organization did he come from?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but he did. The only reason I knew him was he was briefly in the WWF in the early 80s. They got him there somehow, and he did a bunch of matches, and it never amounted to anything. And he disappeared as quickly as he appeared. But I was blown away by that guy.
The Tiger Mask. Are you thinking of King from Tekken by any chance?
Oh, I'm not sure. Not sure. And I think there have been a couple Tiger Masks over the years. I think maybe somebody ended up taking over the character and wearing the mask in later years, but the original Tiger Mask was incredible. And if you were just used to that slow-paced American wrestling in the 70s, to see a guy like Tiger Mask who could like just do all these backflips in the ring and stuff that's common now, just so common with the acrobatics that they do. But back then,
so that Chinese guy.
Yeah.
How big was he? Was he a big guy, or was he kind of?
No, he was a very small guy, very small.
Okay, so he was a high flyer, or he was kind of that kind of.
Yeah. And nobody had ever seen that, at least in my area. in the northeast of the United States. They were just
Sure,
used to these old, out of shape, scrubs who were fat, and when you saw them in the ring in a headlock for like 15 minutes, that wasn't because of any wrestling strategic moves. It's because they were all fat and out of shape, and that was to give them a breather.
Yeah, I get that. Trust me, I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah. So the original Tiger Mask, look him up on YouTube. That's probably my favorite wrestler of all time.
Sure. No, that's awesome, man. Like, I only knew wrestling. My entire thing of wrestling. I saw it before. The heyday when I was watching it, it was about 2003, 2004, that kind of thing. I genuinely did see like the heyday of the Rock and Stone Cold and like Kane and all that. Over here all we got for a long time was WWF. For a long time in the late 90s, early 2000s, that's what we had, and then it started to I'll be honest, as the Rock and all those guys as they got into films and they exited, that's kind of as it got less popular. It's not. I don't really think it's as popular here as I think it's still popular, but people used to watch it on TV, and there's a very big difference between people watching it on TV, like as we did every weekend, watching it on TV, and then people actually seeking it out, because TV doesn't really. No one really watches TV over here anymore. It's not really a thing that. So
now you mentioned The Rock. I do got to say, probably my favorite guy in the latter era as far as mic skills, probably The Rock. But also, Chris is mentioning Ric Flair. You got to love Ric Flair in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah.
Woo! I'll be honest. Woo! Of course, we have Ric Flair, but he was never. I never ever saw Ric Flair as a young man. He was always.
Yeah, I saw him as a 30-year-old. Yeah.
Yeah, he was always. No, he was always an old timer. Like I grew up with young Rocky Maivia, young Rock, like my guys, like the guys I like are probably gonna get even more hate in the chat for this, but my guys were D-Generation X. I liked X-Pac and Road Dogg and Rikishi.
Yeah, I certainly remember Rikishi.
Yeah. These were entertainers. It was so entertaining, and like So I think if you ask any man in any man in London, any British dude who's about 30, my age, who their favorite wrestlers are, there's going to be one of them, around them, that era. And respect to Mankind as well. Mankind.
Oh yeah, certainly Mick Foley. Yeah.
Yeah, Mick Foley.
Yeah. So Chris is saying, I've never known Oliver Reed to be a wrestler, but Chris is saying we're not going to say our respects to Oliver Reed, the best drinker of all time. Yeah, I do definitely have to shout out.
I didn't realize that's what we were talking about. I didn't realize we were talking about the best drinkers of all time.
Yeah. And,
Oliver Reed is up there. Yeah.
If anybody wants to see one of the best, and Umi, I don't know if you've ever seen this. I just actually texted this clip to a friend of mine about a week ago, because we were talking about Oliver Reed and she did not know who he was. She's younger.
Sure.
I sent this clip of Oliver Reed to her to watch.
What?
Oliver Reed on David
Gladiator. I watched that recently. Another Gladiator. Oliver Reed's in Gladiator. He's a big part in that. He's like
Oliver Reed on the David Letterman show.
Oh yeah, when he goes mental and he's drunk as shit.
Yes, and Letterman used to go after people who were impaired on his show. Letterman showed no mercy. A lot of people called Letterman a jerk back then, but
Letterman's I call Letterman a jerk now. I think he's kind of a dick, but like I get where he's coming from. But like, yeah, no, please.
Letterman's comedy in the 80s was some of the best late night comedy ever. And Letterman was generally a decent interviewer back then, but Letterman could be a jerk in certain situations. And
I
later,
just finished watching tons of Letterman the last 2 days, and watching Robin Williams on Letterman is forget about it.
Oh yeah. And Letterman loves him, and he just let Robin Williams. He let him.
Robin Williams.
Letterman. Honestly, I say this as someone. We don't have the Late Show here, but like I would say, Letterman is a genius. He's absolutely a genius. The way he encourages people to talk about themselves. That's how you got to be as a late night guy. You've got to encourage people to just be themselves, and also you got to play into the bit. But all that. The only reason I say he's kind of a dick is because when Crispin Glover was on, and Crispin Glover was and Bum, I can see, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Crispin Glover, and Crispin Glover. I think Letterman is a genius, but Crispin Glover is more of a genius. And so actually to shut him down and to be like, no, fuck off my stage, get all this, I thought, you know what, actually you should have let Glover run a little bit more than you did.
Crispin Glover was trolling him, and Letterman did not know. Now there's been numerous times, like going back to wrestling, like when Andy Kaufman was on there with Jerry Lawler. Letterman was the only one who knew that they were faking the whole thing. In most cases, when some of these people come on, Letterman had no idea. Like Crispin Glover, and Crispin Glover kicked up towards Letterman's face.
Yeah.
He's like, let me show you. I can kick. I'm strong. And Letterman just was like, yes. And Letterman was like, well, we're gonna check on the top 10 list. We'll be right back.
Letterman was quaking, man. He was quaking in his boots. That's the thing. He's like, he didn't have control of the situation. That's what Letterman's the kind of. That's why I say he's kind of a dick. Yeah, it's like he'll let you run your thing, but if he feels a bit threatened by you, then I'm shutting you down because it's my show. I'm that guy. I'm a late night host. I'm the guy. So if you're taking your attention away from me, then I'm shutting you down. That's the kind of guy. That's why I'm like, okay, it's all the late night hosts except for Conan. He's the only guy that will. Conan's the only guy who'll be like, yeah, you want to upstage me, then you go ahead because it's my show and you're being funnier. So it's what what I mean. So it's like that's why I'm always like, yeah. You got your. It's like, and this is coming from a British guy. Fuck James Corden. James Corden should never ever have been in America because James Corden is
never liked him.
He's a horrible little man. He's a horrible person that should never ever been on TV. And you can see when he interviews people who are slightly funnier than him, he wants to shut it down. He doesn't like it, and that's a real thing. And so
I was never a fan of James Corden. To me, the last classic in quotes late night American TV host was Craig Ferguson.
You like Craig? I think he was great.
I loved Craig Ferguson. I thought he was.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I thought he was the last original funny late night host that came up with something that nobody else ever did.
And you know why that is? It's because he wanted to be British and he didn't want to compromise that. Whereas James Corden wanted to be American, and Craig Ferguson is Scottish. He has no trying to be English, trying to be American. He's just a Scottish guy. Scottish people, honestly, if you ever meet a Scottish person, they're the most funny, most ruthless, just the most real people you ever meet. Honestly, as coming from a Londoner, I love Scottish. I've met so many Scottish people, and they have that they have the extra thing that that Londoners and English people don't have, and that is that wanting to be liked. They just want to be themselves. And honestly,
Yeah.
like Craig, I get that. Why I honestly look at why Craig Ferguson was popular over there, and I see that makes sense to me. But when I see James Corden, I know for a fact, no one over here was like, "Oh yeah, go James, go James." No, we didn't know. No one wanted James to be popular. He was hated here. He went there, and he loved him there for a little bit of time, and it's baffling still.
Yeah.
Really baffling still. But Craig Ferguson is a very funny man.
Oh yeah, I found Corden unwatchable. Craig Ferguson classic.
Yeah, great. No, I'm glad you said that because I feel the same. I think most British people feel like that, and I want to see more of Craig Ferguson. I want him back. I want him to come back and do something in the UK. We don't really those late night shows. We don't really have them anymore in the UK. That's not really a thing anymore in the UK. We don't. We used to have this kind of not. I'd say maybe 15 years ago, we used to have a guy called Jonathan Ross, and we used to have all these
I think I've seen clips of him. Yeah,
that was the thing. Like those, we tried to emulate the kind of late night format, and it caught on for a while. But then actually, I think people who liked that kind of thing, once the internet started getting going, and everyone had streaming services. Then your choices were James Corden's night show or nothing, and most of us said nothing. We're not really interested anymore because we don't want to. If that's what our options are, so it's a strange one, but like I want to see more of Craig Ferguson because he was cool. He was very cool. He was cool as hell, man. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, I was actually just watching clips of him last night. Some of his more serious things that he did, like when his mother died, I believe, and when Britney Spears was going through her bad phase and everybody was making fun of her, including most late night hosts doing jokes, at her expense. And Craig Ferguson basically came on and did a serious, like 10-minute talk saying, you know what? You shouldn't be making fun of her. She's got a problem. He was like, I went through it myself with alcohol. He was like, I don't feel comfortable telling jokes about this person right now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, wow, and I think we're getting into a even bigger conversation itself. We're talking about film, TV, culture, and politics, and everything. I think everything has been nerfed, and for a reason, for strategic reasons. It's not. We can't really get into it in terms of why and why it is. I think we just have to accept what it is and pass our judgment on whether we like it or not. And I suppose
well, don't sell.
I don't really watch
mainstream
TV anymore.
The beauty of being here right now is that you don't have to self-filter, man. You can express yourself, what your true interests are.
Okay, well, I'll just ask. I'll pose a quick question because actually I'm very interested in this. Do you guys watch live? How much do you guys watch live TV? Like, as in, turn on the TV and watch what is on the TV, as opposed to streaming something or downloading something. How much do you turn on live TV and watch what is on the channels anymore? Because I live in the UK and I don't know a single person who watches live TV anymore.
I don't.
You don't anymore. That's not so? Is that okay? That's great.
None.
How about you, Joe? How?
I watch a lot of live streams,
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about live streams. You're on a live stream right now. I'm watching a live stream right now. What are you talking
Exactly.
about?
So I watch a lot of live streams, and that distinction is one you're making very carefully, right? Because you're wanting
This distinction is: do you turn it on? I
But
don't know. I can't remember. I haven't
carefully
been.
do. I'll tell you. Hold on. I'll tell you very carefully what I do. Now I watch. You're literally looking at on the other screen up there, YouTube. I am. That's why I brought up my YouTube algorithm earlier. This is. I am unshy. I am not shy about. This is my personal YouTube stream. This is what I watch. So the minute I am off of here, I shut this show down. I get on my television, and I've got a nice setup. I'm not going to lie. I've got a decent setup. I've got a home theater and the big screen and the whole nine. Turn that bad boy on, and I promise you on that giant screen, I pull up YouTube, and I do the same thing I'm doing right here on my computer right now on YouTube on my big screen, and I continue to scroll through videos. Now, some of them will be live streams and some won't, right? But keep in mind, now we're about to have an event called the Super Bowl. In case you haven't.
What the hell is that?
Exactly.
I've never heard of it.
Right? Never heard of this thing. Now.
No, it's huge here. Why is it huge here? Sorry to interrupt you. I'm absolutely listening. Why is the Super Bowl huge here? It's become a thing here.
It absolutely. Well, that's marketing, my friend. Marketing works. Yeah. So next Sunday, what will happen is I will turn. Now, I don't like watching all the pregame BS, so I will turn strategically to one of my local TV stations. I do have one of these things, Umi, that I'm telling you, you've never heard of in your life. It's incredible that technology costs me $11 and some cents at the store. Set of rabbit ear antennas, right? And I hook these things up to my television set that I spent a pretty penny for. Okay. Mm-hmm. I hook this $11, not even $12 set of rabbit ears up to, and I will tune into my actual television TV tuner to tune into the Super Bowl. You know why? Because I'm going to get a better broadcast of the Super Bowl than I will streaming. I'm going to get full broadcast. So you are talking to an absolute huge sports fan.
Well, okay, and then let me stop you there. Okay, what you're talking about, is an American TV event, which all people are. What you're talking about is basically like the moon landing. The Super Bowl is essentially that. Yeah, everyone in America is watching it. Okay,
yeah, good analogy.
And everyone in the UK apparently now is also watching. We're having Super Bowl parties at 4 a.m. People are meeting up at 4 a.m. to fucking watch this thing. Okay, that's the effect that you people. That's what you've done to us. That's how American. That's how fucking weak our shitty country is.
My apologies to you, Umi.
You're welcome.
No, my apologies to you for infecting your culture.
Yeah.
You're right.
Hey, Umi, happy 4th of July to you.
Yeah, well, hey, listen. All I'll say on that point is that thank you By the way, hey, thank you. And like, I'm not even kidding, man. I watched that movie in whenever it's 4th of July. I watch Independence Day, which is one of my favorite films. Today is our Independence Day as well. Okay? Just because you made that film. But what I will say is, how often when it's not the Super Bowl and it's not the freaking moon landing and it's not World War III kicking off, how often do you sit there and watch live TV? Or how often do you sit there? Because when you sit down to, let's say, okay, all right, let's I'll do it. Let's do a whole role play. Oh, what am I going to put on?
Yeah.
How often is this live TV, or how often is it Netflix or streaming something? How often is it? Because it's very rare that anyone over here
now
actually watches.
Listen, and that's I made the specific point I made because I am the very probably American specific point that I can. Because when it comes to sports, over the air is best. Right? I have a nice goddamn setup, Umi. So I want the goddamn best. Right?
I fucking bet you have a great setup.
I go to a lot of sporting events. I am a season ticket holder. I know what it sounds like to be in a stadium. I want to experience that here. I have a setup that will allow me to experience that here, at least on a lower level, if it's broadcast right? So, with that in mind, here in America, if it's in your local market, that's also important. Okay. You can tune to your local over-the-air broadcast, meaning turning on your TV, turning on a certain channel, and getting that broadcast, right? If that isn't in your local market, and that also happens a lot, and that you're talking to the same guy, I will stream it in a heartbeat. And I also pay for that, and I hate it because I pay enough for sports, right?
Right.
But I am that person that pays for all of it, right? And so it drives me nuts because it could easily be free, but the problem is they have it set up to where during the regular season, and this is also key as well, during the regular season, they have an agreement with such and such, so I can't do that. During the regular season, they have an agreement over here with such and such, so I have to stream over here. It's the only way to get it, right? But in the postseason, now it's not up to the club. It's not up to the team. It's up to the league. So in the postseason, now it's nationally broadcast through this network or through that network. Now, also depending on who that network is, because if that network is Prime Video, Amazon Prime Video, now you've still got to stream it. But if that network agreement is through Fox Sports, now I can turn on my TV and get it over the air for free.
Yeah, but can't you just get it on Prime Video on your TV as well?
No. Not
on your TV?
It's very specific, just like I was laying it out to you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. No. You know what? We got the same thing because I've been able to watch a game, football. When it comes to football, soccer, as you guys call it, with the World Cup, I've been able to watch shit on my laptop, and then when I try and even cast it onto my TV, it won't allow me to do that because we don't have the rights to that. It's sports. Hey, by the way, I'm not a sports guy, and anyone who wants to make fun of me in the chat for not being a sports guy,
and that's
bring it up. But sports are so fucked up. The way that they distribute sports is so fucked up. You guys are fucking. It's so the system is so fucking stupid.
It's so fucked because
they're just getting money out of you lot because they know you idiots, you sports fans, fucking idiots.
Enjoyed. It's the last thing they've got. Right?
Yeah. It's the last thing that anyone will bother paying for. It's the last thing that
television show. If it's a television show or a movie, now you don't mind watching it later.
No. If it's a television or a movie, I'll just fucking download it. But sports happens live.
That's the point.
So people that watch sports cannot download this shit. They can't torrent it. And that's the last bastion that these states have. They're gonna keep charging you.
You just
making sure that you guys pay, and I'm glad that I don't pay for that kind of shit. I'm glad that I don't watch sports in that way. I only watch the World Cup. It's the only sports worth watching. It's the fucking football, soccer World Cup. So that's why I'm glad.
Yep.
And I still get it for free. Actually, I never paid to watch the World Cup, so I'm glad of that. But yeah, no, I mean that's seriously. I feel sorry for people who actually like watching sports. You're the last guys on earth that have to pay for anything. Like the rest of us aren't paying for anything.
Thank you for making my point. That was a long-winded way of making my point. Now,
that's sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
and also I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna go for a piss and a cigarette.
Okay.
I'm just encouraging the chat. Hey, chat. I haven't seen any racist comments for a good 10-15 minutes, so please, can you guys give me some racist fucking comments?
Okay, Umi, if you tell them you're heading out for a fag, I'm sure you will invite stuff.
Yeah, that wouldn't.
Sorry. Yeah, a fag means a cigarette in English.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
What?
A quick fag? How about a quick fag? How about that?
Yeah, you're going out to get pissed and have a fag.
Yeah, a quick fag.
Out to get pissed and have listen, I'm looking for piss and fags right now.
Yeah,
that's what
that's what's up.
So no, hit me with honestly. The chat slowed down. Like I was enjoying the hateful comments, and they were funny, man. So let's bring them back. Wake up, you lot. So I'll see you in 5.
By the way, someone earlier was mentioning IPAs. This happens to be a triple, by the way. Triple IPA, straight off the shelf, no refrigeration at all. I had it in my thing here earlier. So Wood Dock again. This is also from Tombstone. This is 10% IPA. It's got Citra, Strata, Idaho 7, Cascade, citrusy, tropical, and peachy juice bomb. Now, 4.33 bottle cap rating on this particular triple IPA. And I got to tell you, man, no refrigeration at all, just straight off of the shelf. This thing is just like they talked about, man. This thing is phenomenal. I've got some stuff like this also in the cellar, if you will, if such a thing is possible here in Phoenix. At least in my price point as far as housing goes. There is plenty of cellars here. They're just in a much higher price point. There's plenty of people here in Phoenix, I want to be clear, that have cellars. They're just in a different level. They probably have 12-car garages and all that sort of thing as well. But I don't. With my limited, this is what I can pull out.
So Joe, we have a new member of the chat. You might want to check out these comments.
I have
worldwide body shape.
Yes. What is this about?
Yeah, and then they have a couple other comments if you want to
scroll up here a little bit. Yeah. I'm not tall enough for most carnival rides. I never been with women.
That's it.
Yeah, that I did happen to notice those. Chris says 100% Joe D. It's on so many channels these days. You want to just watch this game or that game. Yeah, I did notice that one. Bum, you ever been to England and
No, Chris, I would love to. It is one of my eventual retirement goals to head to a nice pub in England somewhere.
a few years back? Well, it's been more than a few years back.
Yeah, you were talking about it, Joe.
A handful of years ago now, we talked about talking about trying to set up a trip, and I believe I I want to say that was 2019, and then it bled into COVID, and that changed everything. I believe we started talking anyway. I feel like it was right before COVID, and COVID changed everything. It just fell off of mind at that point. Um, might or might not be completely accurate, but completely fell off of mind after COVID. Um, one of the main people that I was in contact with quite a bit to visit at that point, everything just fell apart. Um, there was a brewery that I was in contact with quite a bit in those days. I'm still in contact with. God bless them. They're absolute sweethearts. Um, it just hasn't worked out as far as I am trying to get out there and help something out. Just hasn't worked out. If if I were to want to do or need to do something, it would need to be like a few spots. Um, have a day or two here, a day here, a day there. That would be awesome. Set up some visits to visit friends we've heard from across the pond. That was the type of visit I thought we could set up. But I mean, uh, as far as on my end, that was something that I was hoping to set up. And maybe if Bum and Mark and some others could jump in, that'd be a fantastic thing. Uh,
Oh, I would love to do it.
yeah, that was something that I was trying to set up in those days, but life is a little different now, and so
Yeah. So I do want to ask Chris this since he's from England. Why is it that the English are able to do better documentaries about American topics and American entertainment than the Americans can
oh,
do?
Bum, let me tell you, what is truly upsetting is I just scroll through my YouTube, right? Some of the best info that I got on the accident yesterday in Philly was from Australia.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it.
You realize that? It was from my Australian feeds, for Christ's sake. So some of the most up-to-date, best stuff on even the LA fires was coming from an outside source like that.
Yeah.
It's you're 1,000% correct, my friend.
Yeah. So yeah, I have many favorite American things, and every documentary on those that is superior has been done by the British. And
Mhm.
it's like, my God, it's amazing that they were able to do a better a summary of this stuff than any American versions.
Okay, Bump, you want to do something that'll blow your mind? You like 60 Minutes, I assume, right? Just the regular show, 60 Minutes.
Oh, the TV
So
show. Sure.
there's an Australian version.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. I have seen that, Joe.
And I swear to God, they'll do the same stories, and you're like, I'm done with American 60
Yeah.
Minutes.
I haven't seen like the same stories to compare, but yeah, I have seen that there's an Australian version. But
Yeah.
Chris wants to know specifics. Okay, I could name you dozens, but just to give you one, I will say Buster Keaton. Buster Keaton, the silent movie star. So the British did a Buster Keaton. Geez, what was the subtitle of that? But I can't remember. But it was narrated by.
You know what? Sometimes I feel like Bum. Sometimes I feel like our own self prejudice, our own self, whatever it is, that blocks us from bringing out our best, or like it sometimes just takes that outside source that don't have those biases. And I kind of feel like I do the same thing in my own, like, because I am not like when I moved to New Mexico. I wasn't from New Mexico. So I didn't have those natural biases that so many folks that were born and bred in New Mexico had, you know? And it didn't slow me down. And I remember having these different talks and things, and it would take so much energy to get their mindset switched over to where I was already at, you know? Similar thing here, moving to Phoenix. You know, now that I'm in Phoenix, I don't have these built-in natural, not to offend you, my friend, but it would be similar to if I were moved to, let's say I moved to in March, let's say I moved to Pittsburgh. I'm going to have a fresh new opinion of Pittsburgh that you living there your whole life are going to have a hard time getting out of, because you're born and bred there and you have these natural just roadblocks that you don't realize you have, right? And I feel like someone reporting from where they're not, no, they don't have that. So they come in from their cultures, and they're not, where they don't have these blocks, and they're reporting on something factually from their point of view, and it's refreshing and better to us.
Well, Chris is saying maybe the narration. And by the way, the Buster Keaton thing is called A Hard Act to Follow, and it was narrated by Lindsay Anderson. And yeah, the narration is great, and I love hearing the narration of these things. But there's so much more in depth in the content. Yes. And another one was it was titled here Hollywood, the Golden Years, but I forget what the British title was.
You know what, Bum, I'm sorry to stop you, but you can get that also. I believe it's from CBN, from the Canadian Broadcast Network. You'll get a lot of good stuff out of Canada.
There's some great Canadian stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
The American, the late lamented American movie studio, RKO, that nobody in America has ever done a documentary about. They did a British documentary about it. Now, they had Ed Asner, who, as we all know, is Lou Grant on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, narrated it, but it was a British presentation. And it just seems like the British have more love for a lot of American culture than the Americans have.
I think we just don't look at it through the same either. I don't know the opposite of rose tinted glasses, but you guys have your nostalgia for that stuff, and we have we look at it like it's like as you know as a freak show as what what it is.
There's these roadblocks that we put in ourselves and we don't realize, right?
Yeah.
And so when someone else reports on it, as long as you're willing to accept it, you're like, that's great. That's refreshing. I needed that, right? I love that viewpoint, right? Because that feels more unbiased, like more like and quite frankly, a lot of the stuff that I've been getting, what I feel like is just great raw news, has from Philly yesterday has come from Australia. I was saying that while you were off camera.
Was do you watch Sky News Australia? Is that a thing that you watch?
I watch a lot of ABC as it is, which is funny because that's here American Broadcast Network, but over there it's Australian Broadcast Network.
That's to me. Because we for a short time in the UK we had ABC. It was a channel. It just seemed to be an American thing. We had like Scrubs and the two things I can remember was Scrubs and 8 Simple Rules. That was what we had, and we had ABC.
I get Channel 4. I get Channel 5.
You get Channel 4.
I do.
Channel 5. I'm sorry. I apologize for Channel 5.
What I get all these sort of things. Is there a Channel 7 if I'm not mistaken or something?
No. We have BBC One, BBC Two.
Do I get those?
ITV, which is Channel 3.
I get I3, 4.
Channel 4 and Channel 5. Channel 4 and Channel 5 are very different things. Channel 4 and Channel 5 is kind of like the parody of the rest of TV.
If I were to take you through my personal home server, it would blow your freaking mind what I actually.
I'd love to connect.
But I watch stuff from all over the world. That was kind of my point to showing you my YouTube. So the minute I am off of here, anything that happens all over the world, I am streaming it instantly because I'm going to be on your local network. It's specifically why I'm on YouTube, because I will get it literally just as, and I have verified this so many times it would blow your mind. I will get on YouTube and be streaming it what says live, and then we'll call somebody on the phone and they're like, yeah, I'm watching it on TV. And I'm like, yeah, so am I. And they're like, oh yeah, what did he say? And I'm like, this is what he just said. Oh, I'll be damned. And I can hear it through the phone, and so can they. And they're like, I'll be damned. I'm like, yeah, it's live. It's a stream. You could stream anything these days, my friend, right? And it's all on YouTube for, what do I pay? $13 for no commercials on YouTube, right? To me, YouTube is the best platform there ever was. Why pay for all these other stupid streaming services when there's YouTube? I can get everything on YouTube. Not just because we're on YouTube currently, but
no, of course, yeah.
I can anything that interests me, and Google. Who knows more than Google? Come on, please, right? Google knows everything that's in your email, everything that's. Come on, what are we doing here, right? I mean,
Google.
Who we kidding here?
Google knows you better than you know yourself, man.
Right? I mean, who we kidding here, right?
Google will remember that we talked 10 years ago.
Yeah, they do. They do.
You don't remember that?
It does. It
Hey, I
remembers.
remember. I was there. I remember, man. I remember.
But I'm just saying, like, there's nothing better, right? So it starts pulling up all these different things for me. It knows that I want to. If something happens in Russia, I want that local broadcast from Russia. It remembers that, hey, boom, you had this person that you used to correspond with over there. Boom, pulls up their local feeds, whatever videos they've had. I can get in touch with them right away. Yeah, I
So
mean, amazing.
have you sort of tailored
You were
some
talking
kind of?
about streaming earlier. I am that one person in your life that does kind of a little bit of all of that. I'll use all the different parts of technology when it's necessary for that application, but mostly streaming. Mostly streaming. Probably 90% streaming, even though I'm a serious sports person, right? I am a diehard.
Well, that makes sense. Let me scrap my bit. And why that makes sense because why would you want to store sports games on a server? Why would you want to save sports games? You want to stream that stuff.
You don't.
Yes. So you don't want to
watch
once
live.
you watched it and then you've watched it. Once you've watched it, it's done. You
That's it.
get rid of
Right.
it.
Yeah.
So, guys,
I personally, I'm not gonna start going into details, but I'm building my own home media server, and so everything I watch, in a way, I find a way to, let's just say, I acquire it online, and I find a way to.
Are you out of here, my friend? Or?
Yeah, guys, I'm going to have to check out. Joe, I will see you next week. Umi, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Great.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, join the show again anytime.
I'd love to. Honestly, it's a really it's been a pleasure speaking to both of you. Yeah, it's so cool that I logged in maybe 10 years ago, and you guys were both there, and I'm back again, and you guys are both here again. I remember Bum, I remember Jody, so awesome, man.
Yeah, we'll be here forever, so join anytime. So
hopefully, God willing, knock on something, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be back.
All right, guys, take care.
Take care.
All right, we'll see you, Bum. Yeah. No, you know what? Because of sport now, and they know this, right? They know this. Because of sports is the last thing that you have to watch live. So they know you're willing to pay for it. They know they can pound you with advertising, adverts, as you guys call them, right? Adverts. They know they can pound you with this, and you're just going to sit there and take it, right? Or they hope that you're sitting there and taking it. You're figuring it out. You're doing other things, right? But for the most part, hey, boom, you're taking it, right? But once those particular sports that you're into are over, which is a large majority of the stuff that you consume, you're tuning into something that you really like, that you really, right, that you're really truly engaged with, whether it be a TV show, a current event, or a movie, right? And that's what you're talking about as far as storing on a home server. However you come across this content, let's act like we all literally buy DVDs and rip them, okay?
Yeah, but there's a huge that's the point I'm getting. I completely get you, man. I get you, and I honestly listen. I grew up. I was born in the '90s, man. I know exactly what it's like to watch something on the TV, and to watch something on the TV and know that every other person in the country is now watching that thing on that TV at the same time. You're having an experience, a collective experience with those people. But that doesn't exist anymore when it comes to films. Like a sports event is something different. A sports event is something happening live. But let's say what film can we say? Something that's come out recently. I don't even know. I can't even name it from.
Well, there's something on Netflix or
Well,
whatever.
it's
Matter.
whatever. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's just the
Mhm.
most recent thing that's come out. John Wick 4. When John Wick 4 came out,
Sure.
whatever. When I watched it at home, I don't know that there was people around the country watching it at the same time as I was watching it. That's not the thing that happened. That's not something
Right.
that we experience anymore. Is that there's not a collective the watching. The only collective experience can be is
Sports. That's it. That's my point.
and that's why I fucking love watching the World Cup, watching the football World Cup, because I
Mhm.
know at that same time the entire world is watching what I'm watching, and that's a really cool thing. When I'm like, oh my god, like, that's a different thing from me watching,
And
yeah. So,
the problem is things are so fragmented, right? We didn't have so much choice.
yeah, exactly that.
Now, like John Wick 4, goddamn. Would you like it on Hulu? Would you like
Yeah.
it on Prime Video? Would you like it on Netflix? Would you like it on some other? Actually, what's funny is your name is another streaming service, right? Umi is another streaming service. Um, there's many others. So which way would you prefer this? Or would you rather get it through Universal where you could download it and put it through your own server? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, exactly.
and then if you're having your own server, okay, well, who do you want to host your home server? Would you like it through this home server, that home server, that home server?
Flex or
Right.
yeah.
And so there's many different ways to consume that versus nowadays sports. That's the last frontier.
Yeah, you're exactly. Well, that's what I'm getting at, and that's why it's. I guess I'm missing out as a non-sports guy. I'm missing out on that kind of thing because I'm a huge. So let's just be. I'm just gonna say it this way. I'm a huge
Hold
home
on.
server guy.
All right.
Sorry, and
Gotta go.
okay. All right, everybody. Where's the chat? Come on, where's the chat? Anyone still here? Anyone watching? Okay, it's my show now. Welcome to the Share a Beer Show, UK version. I'm glad that some people are still checking in. Oh wait, oh no, okay, I guess.
No, man, I apologize. Part of the problem with having a drinking show is sooner or later you got to empty the tank. You know.
Hey, you know what? I was about to literally ask that. I was like, hey, I've gone for a piss, and I smoke, so I've gone for, as I say, as you guys ever pick up, I've gone for a piss with a fag about 4 times now. So whether like how you, man, I thought you might have like some sort of tube hooked up or something. Right?
No, we are all mere mortals, my friend. Sooner or later, you gotta pay it. But no, you know what? To the point before I left, is sports is that last frontier that they have, right? Because any other sort of visual entertainment that we have, it can wait.
Yeah.
We're more than willing to wait, right? We don't necessarily have to watch it live, as we thought before. Before we had choice, hey, if your favorite show or movie came on, we thought, oh, this is the only option we have, right? like Chris Rock said, hey, you're only loyal as your options, right? Well,
I remember. I think you know what? I'm actually very familiar with that skit, and that comes into play. As I've grown older, see men in relationships, that only gets more true. Only ever gets more true.
I knew you'd be familiar with that when you were talking about comedy.
But no, but you know what, man? Like that's it's the I'm speaking as I've said this 5 times already, but as a non-sports guy, that feels like the fun part of it. The fact that you're watching it, you want to rush home and watch it when everybody else is watching it. You don't want to be the last to find out. That's always been a thing in the UK. It's like, don't tell me the fucking score. I don't want to hear the final score. Like that was the thing. Like we even on the news, they'd be like, like we're about to tell you that it's like spoiler alert. This is the score, but if you haven't seen it yet, that kind of thing. It's like that's never been a thing with films. Though that's never been a thing with films. So I feel like sports is the only thing in the world where you need live TV anymore. You don't need live TV for anything else except for sports. Because why would you need live TV? Like, what am I gonna? If I'm watching the fucking X Factor or something stupid like that, Britain's Got Talent. Why would I need to see that live? I don't need to see that shit live, even if it got.
Now let me bring up something else to you. Is screen time. Okay. Now, not screen time per se as far as how much time you watch any particular screen. Screen time as far as what type of screen you choose to watch, right? So whether you have a 100-inch screen or you're watching on one of these, right? Or a tablet or a laptop, right? Whatever. What I'm getting at is, to me, the interesting thing is the things we kind of consume the most, as in current events, like taking some of these airplane crashes that have just happened. I go to my television, I fire up my streaming box, I fire up my YouTube on that streaming box, and that's how I am consuming that information, is on one of the biggest screens I have via streaming box on the comfort of my sofa, clicking away.
Yeah, no, totally. But let me
And
do you one better. Let me.
Quite a few other people, though, are on their phones clicking on the exact same stories, sitting on the same sofa in front of the same stupid TV. And I'm like, why would you watch it on your little phone when I have it on surround sound on the damn big screen? Right?
I mean, well, they must be on because they might be on the train. They might be in transit. They might be at work.
I'm talking about literally that situation where we'll be in the same space and people will still prefer to, instead of like it.
You know what? I think maybe, and this is something I've never ever done. Really, I've never really watched stuff on my phone because when I've worked when I'm at my job and stuff like that, I've never had to commute by train that much, and so I've never really done the whole watching stuff on your phone thing. And so actually, I think maybe people might get used to it. They might actually get used to the singular viewing experience of watching on your phone. To me, I totally get what you're saying in terms of some people are more happy to, but the way that you're the way that you're explaining it, it sounds like you're watching this newscast, this disasters like it is a Hollywood film. That makes sense. I don't. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Put it this way. I've never watched stuff on my phone. I don't like watching things on my phone. I don't want to. I don't ever get into that. I don't care about that. If I'm watching something, I want to watch it on a TV. That's what I want to do. Whether it's in the news of a horrific plane crash in America, or I'm watching the new Mission Impossible film, whatever it is. I want to watch it on a TV. If I'm watching something, I'm watching it on a TV. I think maybe these younger generations, they're not used to watching TV. Maybe that's that, or maybe I don't know. How do you feel about that? Is it a generational thing, or is it a...
I would love to just pop it off on that because it's pretty easy to do. But I find that it's people even in my particular same generation. It's interesting to me because I was just traveling, right? I was just traveling. And you're sitting there, you're waiting on a flight. And so, yeah, you open your phone or your mobile, like, however you want to call it, and you're flipping through things and you're catching up. Okay, that is fine. Okay, but when I get to a particular area and I am on a local network, right? Get to someone's home. Let's say I come to visit you, and you have, I don't care what the size of the TV is, and you have a TV in your house, whatever the size is, doesn't matter. And I'm like, hey man, what's your Wi-Fi password? And you're like, oh yeah, here it is. Bang. And boom, we're in the network, right? I'm in your network. So now we're like, okay, well, hey, look at this. Did you see this on YouTube? I'm like, yeah, let's watch it. Like,
Yeah.
You were talking about that social aspect of something, right? And how that's missing. What's interesting to me is that we can be in the same space, and almost regardless of age, I will notice people still picking up their phones, regardless of how big or small the screen is. If the screen is playing, people still picking up the phones
Yeah.
and
Well,
flipping, not like actively watching something. You can see this,
yeah.
right? And you're like, that means not only are you not engaged in what I thought me and you were doing, but now you're not engaged in what you think you're doing.
But maybe you know what, Joe, and I have to say this. So maybe that's the point, man. I think maybe like people these days that we don't want to engage anymore. We've seen enough. We're quite, and I say we, and the people all over will hate me for saying this. No, they disagree with us. The people in the chat, all of this. I think everyone wants to disassociate, and the easiest way to disassociate from something is to grab your phone and to look at it through that, because that's actually it's like a shield for you. You know what I mean? That's we're actually quite used to seeing horrific shit, horrific, disgusting things through the phone lens. That actually, when something very abhorrent or something extremely uncommon happens in front of us, it's actually kind of a shield to pull that phone up and to watch it through that, to see that, because that's the comfort that most people know, and especially, and it's crazy that the thing is, I'm a millennial, and actually the funniest thing about it is like boomers always told us, oh, you millennials are all on your phones, and actually when it comes down to, when push comes to shove, millennials actually hate being on their phones, and boomers fucking love being on their phones. When you go on a train, millennials are the last people to have their phones out. Boomers and Zoomers. Your old people and young people are the ones who are addicted to their phones, and people 30 years old like me, we're the ones who actually talk. Like we're the only ones. We're the last people on Earth who actually, for some reason, are quite happy to see things through our own eyes. You know what I mean? But I get it. I completely get it. When something horrific happens in front of you, you pull out your phone, you film it, or when you watch something horrific happen, you know, it's easy to watch it on your phone because that's like the art that that's that it's like the little portal which protects you from. That's where the horrible things happen. The horrible things happen in here, and then I just watch them in here, and then when I want to turn it off, I just press a button and it goes off, and that's it's a horrific system that we've. And it's not even deep. That's not me trying to be deep or trying to say, but that's just expanding on your point of why people love watching things on their phones because it's a small screen. You're not exposed to this thing. When you go to the cinema, you're front and center. You're a hostage to this what's being shown to you.
So
that's why cinema's dying. Cinema's dying because you can't fucking pause the cinema. You can't skip a scene in the cinema. You can't do that. And boomers and I'm not trying to break it up like that, but people just don't want that anymore. We want happiness on demand. We want sadness on demand as well. We want it all on demand. We want to be able to pause it and comment and all that shit. We want it on demand. And if we can't control it, then fuck that. I don't want to see it because I want to see planes crashing. I want to see real people dying in real time, and then I want to skip it and I want to see a video of Mudang, the hippo.
Now Chris says because it's a comfortable thing. People go to their phones. Says I am 41. I'm in the middle. I remember the past, and I have lived in the depressing present. Past was better. So, yeah, it's I think what we have found was there's this weird place, right, that we remember and we miss, but then there's this awful present and this future that we can see moving forward, and it's this locomotive that's super hard to stop, right? And how do you stop it? How do you stop it?
I don't live in America. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna stop. I don't listen. I don't know what your political view. I don't know what your facts. All I know is we're trying to stop it before it gets to us, but there's no chance. There's no chance. We're done. We're done. When America, whichever way America goes, the UK goes the same way. That's exactly how it's always gone. There's no pretending there's any other way, and so if the US is going a certain way, then God, then all I can say is I hope that you guys do your best to get to whatever resolution the majority of you want. That's it. That's all I can say. Honestly, I know that's the weakest statement you've ever heard, and that's the weakest statement I ever said. But that's what I feel, man. Like honestly, it's in your hands, and there's nothing I can say. There's nothing I want to say. I don't give a fuck. I know it's over. It's over. It's fucking over.
Well, it can be pretty sad when you're faced to look at it, right? But that can be the reality, like I've been to a bar, well, many bars, right? And I've sat not just being to a bar, but sat at the actual bar, right? Whether it be in a horseshoe shape or just a straight line or whatever the shape of the actual bar is, not the tables around the bar, but the actual bar, right? And everybody's still doing this. And I'll look around and I'm like, this is kind of funny, right? Because you're sitting at the bar, theoretically, for that same experience you were talking about, right? The social aspect of sitting at a bar, meeting a complete stranger, having a drink. That's why we're all here, sitting at a bar, sitting on a bar stool, right? Is to meet a stranger, have some simple talk over a drink, and go about our day, right? And I have been in that situation several times, not once or twice, several, and bought the bar a drink, right? Hey, bartender, drink of their choice, man. Let's get this conversation started. Not party started,
What you
conversation.
trying to? What are you trying to? Are you trying to rile things up? Or are you trying to rile things down? Is that
No, 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 no. Not rile anything. Trying to inspire conversation.
Great,
Trying
great. Yeah, well, that's why you're there. Yeah.
trying to get people to go from this
Mm-hmm. Great.
right from
Honestly, fucking great. That's
to
no,
that.
I seriously, I respect that. That's exactly.
And at a, now, mind you, this is the qualification: sitting at a bar, not in the bar building at a table. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
Sitting on a bar stool at the actual bar is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
You're there for the social aspect. And I have several times done this. Drink of their choice, preferably tequila, if they don't choose tequila. And each one of them, you know what? Thank you, man. Salute.
Great.
And I'll be damned if minutes later, phones are down, conversations happen. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
sometimes, for certain situations, not all, but certain situations that has helped tremendously. And the next thing you know, you get people, hey man, walking over, hey, thanks for that drink, this and that, blah blah blah, and that, and when these conversations happen, and the next time you see these people, next time you walk into that bar, hey Joe, hey, this and that, and they, hey, and sometimes you never pay for a drink, and sometimes you do. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. It's just that sometimes things like
You just broke the ice and you said, "Hey, we're all sitting here. How about instead of we can do this one by ourselves. We can do that by ourselves. But why don't we, seeing as we're all fucking here, why don't someone say something and then we'll just." Well, the way I see it, yeah, I've been to the US a few times in my life, and there's one thing you will notice about the US and the UK, especially London versus LA, is when you're on public transport in LA, you people you expect people to start talking to you when you're in public transport in LA. If you're on a bus in LA, you expect suddenly like in a conversation between everybody who's never met each other. That is a normal thing. That's a very normal thing. It's weird if people don't talk. But in the UK, if you get on public transport, you get on a London Underground or you get on a TfL bus, someone starts talking to you. You're genuinely there's a standoff where you're like, hey, no, hey, whoa, what's this person thinking? Like, stop talking to me. I'm literally, what are you trying? Like, and when you get to LA and you and you get on public transport, someone starts a conversation, and then everyone starts chiming in, and then you even feel as a UK people, as a London person, it's quite natural actually, and I love it. It's a lovely thing actually. I think it's really cool that people on public transport in LA talk to each other, and like it's very normal, like it's very cool and normal,
So-
and like it's a London thing that you don't. And so when you say that happens in a bar, I know it happens when That's the point of alcohol. That's the exact point of alcohol. But as a point of being at a bar in London, of course, you drink a drink and you start talking to people like that. But I just feel like Americans, especially Californians or whoever, in that sense, there's a willingness to talk to your fellow man, even what I mean, like even if you don't know them. Whereas London, it's the opposite. You don't talk. You don't pay the next man. You don't pay that person any mind. That's the kind of London way, is that you try and avoid even acknowledging people until it's
Oh,
absolutely.
good Lord. I'd make a large presence there because I am a talker. I would talk to a brick wall if it was the only thing available. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why you host the show. Listen. I said this the last time you were on. I said this the last time I was on here. Oh, no, I swear to God, I remember. Listen, there's a reason I came back here. It's because I actually remember the last time I was on, and I remember just saying to you like, "Hey, man, like the fact that you could because there was no guests at some points during the show, that I was just like, oh man, like you can talk, you can actually talk, like for." Hours, like on like, do you know what I mean? In a good way, you can actually keep the conversation going. Whereas if it was two British people, if do you know what I mean? If you were a British person, this conversation would have been over 2 hours ago.
That might be a good thing, though, my friend.
Yeah,
that
you're right.
might have been. It probably should have ended a couple. Now, Chris,
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, just end. Hey, it's your
why
show, man. End the show. End the
Mark.
show when you're ready to end the show, man. I'm not
If
here.
you want quiet, you go to a quiet table. That's what he says. There's a popular pub chain in the UK called Weatherspoons. They are going to ban people standing at the bar unless you are ordering. Nemo says, and he's here in my area in Arizona, airport bars are good for random conversation. It's exactly right. That's why you are at a bar.
Okay, well, just read the most recent comment right there by Will Nash. Read that, yeah. I'll comment on it when
as an Englishman, I disagree. It depends on content. Up north of England, we love speaking to other people, perhaps annoyingly, but that is the British way.
And I will comment on that now. He's a northerner. He doesn't live in London. In London, it's the exact opposite. And I think London is the exact opposite to all of the rest of Britain. And I think it's a problem. I quite honestly, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of racist comments from saying this. Yeah, but the truth about London is that London is not like the rest of the UK. Your London is where it is filled with the world, the rest of the world, and that's exactly why we're quite hesitant of talking to other people. We don't. It's just London. When I've gone to places like I don't know if you heard of Cornwall, yes. Devon. These people, when I go to those places, I walk past people and they say, "Hey, hello." They'll greet you even when they're not in a pub. But London is a very different animal from I think from anywhere else in the world, because London is exactly the most. It's the most unfriendly place on earth, and there's a reason for that. It's because it's so multicultural. It's so mixed. There's so many different cultures which don't mix together that everybody is on a standoffish point now where it's like, hey, you know what? I'd rather just not bother. And so when you talk about when you talk about going to a bar, and it sounds lovely. It really does, and there are places in London which you can do that. But the problem is, it does depend on alcohol. So it depends. We have a massive drinking culture, so it's like it's 50-50. You want to go out and you want to meet some people in London? Great, go out there. You got to drink a lot, and you might encounter people that have that hate you, and you might encounter people that really want to meet you, but hey, it's 50-50, so you better just get drunk and either learn to fight and learn to talk. You know what I mean? Like, it's just literally there's no community in London, and that's a real shame. Because I've only ever lived in London. I've lived in London my whole life, and it's really it's jaded me to different cultures around the world. But I love hearing about people like, yeah, I love just getting out of London, going to places, and people, you know, I feel bad when I go to other places because the people who will, you know, acknowledge me and say hi, you know, hi, you know, people on the street, good morning, all that stuff. In London, if someone says good morning to you, you think, what? Oh, wait, hang on, what do they want? What does this person want? Like, what's
Really?
this person? Yeah, yes, it's disgusting.
Oh, wow.
And I understand. Listen, there's people watching this who are going to think like, oh yeah, well, you're being a hypocrite because you're a fucking packy yourself. You know, those people are destroying. You're right. You're right. We are. You know, we have a lot of people have moved to London, who've immigrated to London, who've destroyed this country, and it's really sad because they made it really hard for people like me who just want to be, you know, act British and, you know, preserve British values, who just want to, you know, get along. But there's actually a lot of bad people who have moved to the country, and it's made it really hard. And I think it's going to only get worse. And I can't really blame what happens next. I can't really blame because I feel the same way, you know.
That's
I don't know. I'm not trying to be a victim. I'm not trying to be bringing the show down. I just want to throw it out there, man. Because I know how people like you, man, like people, hopefully people like us, you know, we're just trying to get along. We're all trying to just, you know, share a bit and do that thing. So it's I just want you to know how what it's like for in London, man.
What I love that input, man. I appreciate it very much. Chris says again, every little area has its own communities and pubs. I was down in London not long ago. There was some regulars in pubs. You talk to them. If you stick around, they get to know you and respect, etc.
Okay, listen, I'm enjoying the chat, like seeing what they're saying, but the truth is, just the vibe, just the general vibe of okay, forget bars, man, bars. Okay, alcohol not included. Okay, the day to day, walking to your freaking walking to the shop and back. How do people greet you? You know, in London, it's a completely different animal. There's a reason. It's because people are scared of each other. Those little communities that you're talking about, that's exactly what breeds the fear between other communities. There's no full community. That's a real shame. That's a real. There's no London community. It's all little sects, and that's bad. That's a bad thing. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not in terms of. I don't associate with Indian people. My whole life my only friends have been white people and stuff like that. But the truth is, it's you literally, yeah. There's no saying hi to people. No saying hi. If someone says hi to you, you assume there's something going on. Why would someone say? And it's a real weird thing when you go out of London to anywhere else in the UK. Everyone says good morning. Everyone says how you know. Everyone starts conversation.
So, and let me ask you something else, because that is my complete nature. So, like,
yeah, of course, that's human nature. That's what humans are supposed to do. Humans are supposed to embrace each other and say, "Hey, good morning. Hey, how are you doing?" Yeah.
Let me put one thing else to you, because of course, if I plan on going anywhere in the UK, it's London. So I just want to, and of course, I don't take your opinion as gospel. I take your opinion as one opinion. Okay. So please keep that in mind when I'm asking for yours. But
Of course.
what I am asking is, like, let's say a guy like me runs across you, right? Just along our ways during the course of our days. But you hearing me with my accent saying, "Hey, man, how you doing?" Right? You know I'm different. How does that hit you versus someone that you get the sense that they're native, if you will? They're from
Yeah, I can't speak for London, but I'll be honest. Yeah, if I heard your voice, I would probably treat you better than I would treat another Londoner, because I know me personally. I know you're a tourist. You're out of town. Listen. I'm not here to scam you or mug you or anything like that.
right.
I'll treat you as a tourist. Yeah. So the fact that, and I've been to America, so I know what Americans are like. They're friendlier than people in London. I'm not talking about the UK. Remember that. Okay. I'm not generalizing the UK. I'm talking about London. I have a right to talk about London. Okay. I've lived in London my entire life.
Sure.
I can talk for what Londoners think. And I would actually treat you, I would say, oh, this guy's obviously an American tourist. Let me just, he's obviously friendlier than he thinks he needs to be. So let me just
Help him out.
whatever he needs, let me just say, oh, he needs to go this place. Let me tell him where he needs to go. If I heard a Londoner come up to me and start being like, hey, what you were saying, I'll be like, what the fuck does this guy want? There's something.
Yeah.
This guy wants something because he's from here. He's obviously from here. He knows his way about. He thinks he's marked me. That's what's going on. He's marked me as a guy that he's going to pick on or something. Like so it's different for you when I'm an actual Londoner talking to a Londoner. If I saw another Londoner and they started a conversation, it really depends. We're not like, it's not Mad Max or some shit like that. But I'm saying, like,
Got you.
It's not a thing that we do over here. It's greet each other when we're strangers. Actually, like, the whole deal in London is that you don't really like interact with the next man. You don't, unless they unless they instigate something, and then you need to help them, or they're trying to mug you, or whatever. Like, what reason have you got to talk to me? I don't have any reasons. I'm going to about my business. Why the fuck do I need to talk to you? Like, I'm not gonna sit down to the next man and be like, oh yeah. How's your day going? Oh yeah, where'd you work? Oh yeah, oh that's cool, man. Oh yeah. But Americans are like that, or foreigners might be like that. And so, like, actually, Londoners are we're still British at the end of the day. We'll still be pleasant to a foreigner, but another Londoner talks to me, I'm like, what the fuck do you want? Like, what the hell are you talking to me for? Like, fucking go about your fucking day, innit? Like, what? I've got nothing to take to you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's how Londoners are. So we don't do the whole good morning shit. We don't do that. We just like, hey, we're all like, if I had it my way, you'd all be off the fuck. Like, I'll get on the tube by myself. You know what I mean? But like, when the American gets on, or next Spanish man gets on, Spanish woman gets on, whatever, and they're like, oh, can you help me get to this place? Then our Britishness kicks in, and we're like, okay, yeah, no, of course, yeah, no, you go to this way, you go this way, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to go this way, and then like, we're still British at the end of the day. We're still polite. But just when you see another Londoner come up to you and they try and talk to you, like, hey, what the fuck? You're from London. You should know.
Yeah.
If you're, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's a weird one.
Yeah. Why don't you go back to fucking your mother, huh? How about that? Huh?
Yeah. No, we're a bit more polite than that, but we're also a bit more rude than that. Yeah.
You getting some goods over here that go tell you, hey, well, you can go back and fuck your mother. How about that? Huh? Yeah. Just to let you know where I'm coming from. You know what I'm
exactly that. Yeah. And I'm sure you guys got some sort of I don't know. You got some sort of analog for that in America.
Yeah.
But LA is the opposite. LA was the total opposite, man. It was like when I was in LA, everyone like I would just be sitting there on the train. Me and my brothers would be sitting on the train, and then just one person starts talking, someone opposite starts joining in, and then boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the whole train is talking. This is not something that happens in the London Underground. Let's see, on the London Underground, one person will start talking, and everyone will just stare down like this. Thank God for your phone. Thank God for your phone.
You know what, Umi? You know what? My life has been where's I gotta admit, I don't know what it is. My girlfriend can attest. She's seen it many times. People start talking. I don't know what it is.
What on the LA, on the train, on the elevated train.
Yeah, I don't give a rat's ass where I'm at. I just I don't know. I don't know if it's my face. I don't know if it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's
Wait,
my
sorry, you talking about in the UK or in the US?
I've been to the UK. It's been a long time ago. I wasn't there very long.
No, sorry. The story you were just telling, are you talking about were you in the US when?
No, I mean just in general. I don't give a rat's ass where I'm at.
Yeah.
Just conversations will just kind of happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
No, you got that kind of voice. You got that kind of face and that kind of voice where it's like,
yeah,
you look like you look like you've been on TV. You look like you've been on a late night show or something, or you sound like that, and it's like that I can understand people being like, oh well, this guy looks like the kind of guy, but it's different in the no, it's how many times have you been to the UK, man? You've been to London.
I've only been there twice, and that's literally passing through, catching another plane. You know what I'm saying? So I can't speak on it. But I've been in other countries. Lived in Germany for a while, and stuff like that, where it's a similar kind of not that exactly like you're describing. And things change. My thing is, I don't like to even talk about me being other places because it's been so long that it's like you've never been there because it's been so long ago. The whole culture's changed. You know what I'm saying? That whole area has changed so much that I can't speak on it. It was a different place when I was there, right? So how the whole atmosphere, the whole everything has changed. So the northern Germany and the southern Germany that I knew, it's a different place. I don't know these places anymore. It's been 30 years. A lot of things culturally change, right?
Of course, man. Of course. Yeah.
What I do know though is so has places where I've been now. And I know how I've changed in I know how I can affect change. I know how I can affect people. I know how you know what I'm saying? So if I want something to happen in a particular way, I know how to make that happen.
Of course. Yeah. No.
Do you feel that confident, Numi? Do you feel that confident that you know what? I feel like something is missing. And I feel like I could make that happen as long as this is how confident I am. I feel like as long as you'll give me a conversation, I can make it go in a way that is beneficial, let's say.
Listen, man, I feel like that is all of humankind. What you're proposing right there, that is all of humankind except for Londoners. Because because Londoners will never give you that conversation. That's what we don't want to do.
Okay.
As I've gone back to my original point.
Point
we're just like the rest of British people. We're just as friendly. We're just as polite. We're just as welcoming as British people. But if you live in London, then we're not going to give you that in. We're not giving you that invite to the conversation where we know. Listen, look at the conversation we've had tonight. I've been talking to you for 3 hours now. All I had to do was give you that invite to just start talking. But if you live in London and you're on that train and you're on that London Underground, you're in there. That's not something we do. That's a part of our defense mechanism. We're not inviting you to. We're not giving you that invite. We're just not doing it. It's a whole. I'm walking forward, and there's no one around me, even though there's 1,000. That's it, and that's the problem. That's the only thing I'm saying. Honestly, it's bad, and I'm not sticking up for it. It sucks. But that's the difference between London and the rest of the fucking world. The rest of the fucking world, really, and I don't give a shit about racism or this people aren't welcome here, this people aren't welcome. I don't give a fuck about that. London is different because no one is welcome, and despite every single fucking race in the world being in London, no one is welcome because that's what London is. That's what it means. No one is welcome. We don't want anybody else, yet the entire world is here. Every single community is stuffed into one little pot, and no one is welcome out. Yeah, we don't want to talk to anyone. No one wants to talk to anyone. It's a real horrible thing. So I get exactly what you mean, man. It's that you could break into anywhere in the world, and that just all it means to me is that speaks for the rest of the world, man. That speaks to how what human beings. That's why I want to get out of London, man. I don't want to live here anymore. It fucking sucks, man. It's a piece of shit. It's a shithole. It's so overrated. It's so over expensive to live here. It's fucking sucks. Like everyone hates it. It's a meme. It's to that point. It's a meme. It's a joke. The point that like everyone. Yeah,
So
yeah.
I feel like you're literally describing LA.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest. That's the second place I would never ever move to is LA. Quite honestly.
And that's
where are you at? Where are you based?
I'm in Phoenix, but I grew up. I was born and raised in LA, my friend.
Yeah. LA's London too, basically. LA LA's like listen like. Actually, you know what, man? Like, actually, you enlightened me because I was just a minute ago saying how in LA everyone talks to each other. That's a different thing. There's a vibe in LA, which I've experienced where people all talk to each other. It's very different from London. Maybe you all hate each other just as much as Londoners hate each other, but at least in LA, that's what I was saying. When you get on a train in LA. People talk to each other, you know. Now people actually people will start a conversation, and that's the difference I noticed when I went to LA from London. So anyway, I'm talking too much, man. I'm kind of
Chris is asking, have I ever gone this late? Chris, you've obviously not watched that long. I have.
Let's go to the chat, Joe. Can you have a look? Because Well, what I read is the racist ones. I want some more racist comments. Please give me some more hate comments,
Well,
please.
Chris is asking, 441. Have I gone this late? I have had shows where I've gone over 7 hours. I've had shows where I reached the streaming limit on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah.
well done, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that as I said, like 10 years ago, when I was last on your show,
Mhm.
I was like, hey, man, like, it really impresses me how you can just talk, like, you can just, like, literally, like, no, that's a good thing. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's your show. You're doing a show.
What
And
was
I literally, yeah,
It
no,
was
I would tune
back in those
in.
like, it was kind of fun to and what I would call the American side. And then the Australian side would kind of jump in slowly. And the UK side would jump in. And then you'd have people from oh my god, what's that
That's
kind of
right.
press? Austria, and Poland, and oh god, who are some of the other guys that would jump in? But you would have different cultures jump in. We had at one time we had a couple of African guys that would jump in from a couple different parts of Africa. And it was fun to kind of do that. So if I was willing to stay on long enough, we'd have these different people as they were waking up or as they were getting off of work would jump on. And it was really fun to do that back in the
No,
day. So, yeah, is this the longest I've stayed on? Absolutely not.
I think even I've been on longer with you, man. I think yeah, back in the back in the 2010s, man.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I'm not even feeling this. This ain't that.
No.
But
No,
I am
no,
gonna get out of here. Thank you,
I'll
Umi.
let you go. I'll let you go, man. I'll let you carry on. But I'll be honest. You know what? I'm gonna say one thing. Yeah,
Sure.
Your chat wasn't offensive enough. I was expecting. I wanted more offensive comments. Like seriously, they started off with some offensive comments, and it wasn't good enough for me. Like I would say, some of them were funny, but I want some more offensive shit, man.
I
Like
know.
literally, why do you think I'm on here showing my face? Yeah, you guys aren't showing your faces because obviously you're not going to show your faces, but I'm showing my face. Like, please give me some horrific, the most horrific shit you can say. Please do it because I can take it. I'm here for that. I want to see what Joe D's audience is made of. You guys
Right.
go for it.
Exactly. What can they?
I want to hear the real shit. Honestly, the stuff
Right.
that. Okay, he's saying who was being offensive. They were trying, but yeah, it wasn't.
Well,
very
they
much.
have such a
Like,
reputation. The expectation was really high, right?
I think this is the first time you guys have had a brown guy on, so they're releasing all their the G, the kind of G that
Yeah.
Indian jokes. Or they're doing it, but it's all shit I've heard before, man. It's all stuff from 4chan. Like, it's just the same old jokes.
Well,
give me something new. I'm here for it. I'm not. Seriously, like, I'm not reporting. There's no reporting. Just give me something that I've not heard before. That's why I was sticking with it. And it's like, it's been quite disappointing because these guys aren't as offensive as I want them to be.
I
They should be
understand.
more offensive.
I understand. You would think that the level of offensism would be really high. That they'd be some of the best of the best. But you're
exactly.
like, what?
That's what I wanted. And I've been here. Hey, you've seen me, man. I've been here for the last 3 hours. I've been myself. I've been everything. No. Listen. There we go. That's me. Like, come on. Yep. Like, even that. Come on, guys. Hit me with your best. Next time I tune in, I want to hear some really racist, horrifically racist, offensive shit because it was Bush League.
Yeah.
Bush League today. It really.
I don't blame
it
you.
wasn't great.
Hold their feet to the fire, my friend. You hold. Hey, you know what? Hey, hit me with your best shot. Like who was that? Olivia Newton-John. Hit me with your best shot.
Hey, Pat Benatar.
Pat Benatar. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. God.
Olivia Newton-John.
Oh.
Hey. Sorry, it's not. Okay, wait. We got something. Nothing.
Yeah, Noonies being horrible.
No. If you scroll down, they were trying. Hey, listen, Chris. I understand what you're going for. They were trying. It was. Let's go. Okay, let me go through it. Let me get a couple of the good ones. There was a few good ones. Okay, let me just go through them. I know you just tuned in. Okay. Here we go. Umi gets triggered every time he sees himself in a mirror. What else we got?
So
Umi's imam has tasked him with learning everything he can about Western culture.
So let me get to
the first. Honestly, some of them are good. Some of them work. I'm just scrolling now.
Let me even.
I'm trying to find it. It seems like I'm being. I was trying to find the one funny.
So, but a noonie, is that an offensive?
No one. They're saying no one.
A noonie? What's a noonie? I don't even understand.
No one.
Okay.
They're saying no one, bro. Umi's favorite song is "The Morning Call to Prayer." It's like, yo, can you actually beat Umi? Umi went to nationals in the quarter mile rickshaw relay. Okay, that's good. that's something. That's something. Okay, there's at least a joke there. There's a joke there. Okay?
All right. They're scratching the surface.
You know what I mean? Like, there's something funny has been said, even if like your mileage may vary. Umi is mad. I called his scam to the call center.
That one sounds at least a little more creative, right?
Yeah. Stay in the scam call center, Umi.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
At least that one's in the.
Like, okay, so you see where I'm getting at, right? I'm just scrolling through. If you're gonna do it, like, please do it. No, I'm not saying if you're gonna do it, please just make a joke. Just do something. Make an actual joke, like a funny joke. This is what being British is. I know you Americans, you don't really understand humor as it is. Like, when you're British, you actually have to make a joke, and if you make a joke, doesn't matter how offensive it is. If it's funny, we'll find it funny. But Americans, they don't really understand that concept. It's sort of like it's either offensive or it's not offensive. Like, Americans don't really get comedy in that way, whereas British, because we invented comedy, we kind of get it. It's sort of like if you're gonna be offensive, I don't care how offensive you are, just be at least a little bit funny. Just be funny. Like, okay, let's just try and find some more. Yeah, no one, nothing funny of late. But yeah, this. I'm just trying to explain humor to you American people. That humor can be offensive.
Fair enough.
And this guy. Hey, Chris 3520. I mean, you've been commenting for the last 3 hours. Do you know this guy, Chris and Joey? He's been commenting.
He's in the show a lot, so
yeah,
a pretty serious regular. Yeah. So is Will Lynch.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of these guys are. pretty darn regular. Absolutely.
He clearly hasn't understood what I've just said, which is like, I want you to be offensive. I really want you to be actually funny and offensive, but he's thinking now that I'm saying don't be offensive. Hey, like, it's difficult for me to be offensive about you because you're just commenting. I can't even see your face. I'm sure if I could see your face, I could destroy you verbally and insult the hell out of you. That's why you're hiding yourself. That's why your profile picture is of a landscape. You know what I mean? Like, you have no intention of showing your face on the online, but and you still haven't actually made a funny joke about me. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I would just encourage your viewers to be a bit more direct, be a bit more British, be a bit more London. Actually, show your face. Show your face, get involved, do a bit of banter, as we call it in the UK.
Mhm.
But Americans, they just literally like to hide behind a fucking picture and make jokes which don't really make sense. They still
Well, that's the American way. I mean, that's, come on.
I get it. It's weird. It's sort of like it's like when it's time to be nice, then you guys will show your face. But then when it's time to have a bit of a banter, then it's time to you hide behind. You put the masks up or whatever.
Duh.
You know what?
Duh.
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on with your country right now.
Well,
We're all looking.
you said
we're
it
all
earlier.
We're
We're
all watching
setting
your
the
country
bar.
and
You guys will figure out how to be more American later, right? We're setting the bar. You'll figure it out. You'll figure out how.
Oh my god! Wait! Sorry. Your Chris man, he just said that he would flatten me in 3 seconds. Wow. I honestly, that I believe him. I believe him because he cannot show his face. Because if I saw his face, then I would know that it wasn't true. But the fact that he hasn't shown anything of himself, and he would never show anything of himself, that's why I believe him. Yeah. And love from Los Angeles. Yeah. I hope the rest of Los Angeles burns to the ground. Quite honestly, and I hope more planes crash. I hope I see more planes crashing back in your country because you haven't seen the end of it yet. Quite honestly, yeah. Well done, guys. Anyway, Joe.
Okay. Right here, my friend. You take care, okay?
Take care, Joe.
Peace out. Laters.
Take care.